Okay, everybody, it looks like we're all set up to go. I'm waiting for the image to appear, 20-second delay, as usual, and we are good to go on Facebook and YouTube. So, welcome, everybody. It's always nice to see myself 20 seconds ago. Happy New Year. I wanted to wish everybody a Happy New Year, and I hope that 2020 is going to be great for you. So today we're going to, let me quickly check. We have a healthy stream. If anybody wants to confirm they can see me, that would be awesome. I think we're okay. It's always fun to make sure that it works. Let me make sure the volume's good enough here. Dum, dum, dum. Okay. Right. Right. So, welcome everybody to 2020. Hey, Steve. Great minds think alike. I was also thinking about, tax season is still a few months away, but 2019 is put away. Thanks, Lois and Dave, for confirmation. Excellent. Yeah, there's either been one thing or another on doing this live, and it's been interesting sort of working through the issues. And I think I've done all my checks. So I thought it would be a good time, and Steve thought it would be a good time too. I was just putting together the new thumbnail with a title for today's topic, and seemed like gambling deductions would be an excellent topic. I'm not going to cop out on sharing what I know, but I do have to say I am not a income tax professional. So there are some things which, everything has to be checked for your circumstances. There's a lot of different states out there and a lot of different countries out there. This is worldwide, what I'm trying to do here. So although there's certainly an emphasis on the U.S., or at least English-speaking countries for now, but there is a lot of tax law out there, and things need to be checked, and everybody's circumstances are a little bit different. Not to mention state law. I mean, the U.S. The federal income tax laws that apply to me apply to you, with whatever differences exist. Like the U.S. does allow gambling deductions at the federal level. We'll get into some of the ins and outs of that because it's some detail there that matters. Like you can only deduct up to what you win, which for many people who have never gotten a W-2G tax hand payout, income tax automatically deducted hand payout, then how much does that apply? But we've talked a little bit in the past about being a professional gambler and how is that possible, and that's a different type of income tax form, where you have a profession as a gambler. And some of you, even though you're slots enthusiasts, would be that because you've been grandfathered in. I've met people who have, but anybody new trying to do that has a burden, definitely a high bar to overcome, as we've discussed in the past prior episodes. I want to give a great shout out to the podcast listeners who will be listening to this in the future. Welcome, future listeners. So there won't be too many visuals, too many slides that I'll be showing today, probably none, unless I have a specific question. Hey, Philly T, Happy New Year to you as well. First thing I said, but it won't be the last time I say it today. Right. So let's get into this, jump right in, and talk about, let's see, health looks good, stream looks good, and we're a minute and a half in. Don't want to go much longer on that as an introduction. So let's talk about gambling deductions. That was a complete shock to me. personally telling you my story. I had in 2004 my first hand pay. I got, was it 13 hand pays that year? Most of them, or was it all of them? It's in my book. All within 6 days on a slot machine that had been set up to win, obviously been set up to win. It had a view of an open area of the casino, and I put $500 in, and it never ran out for 6 days. On the 7th day, I put $500 in per usual, and it was gone in like 5-6 minutes. And I was like, what just happened? Because all the other times, I was just winning money. It was a $1 5 credit 5 times play machine, which I still have a fondness for. And first hand pay, second hand pay, third hand pay. And it ended up being just under 20, I think it was $28,600 in hand pays in 6 days, 13 of them. And I was a graduate student, engineering graduate student at the time, and I just kept records because that's what you do with data, and not knowing any better or any worse. And so the next year, bringing this around to tax and gambling deductions, I went and I was having my taxes prepared in a little town in Iowa, Ames, Iowa, and a professional tax service. Not that I was making, what was it? I think I was up to 12,000. Yeah, 12,000 at that point per year. Graduate student, excellent slave labor. Anything technical you want for rock bottom prices. So that's what I was living on, called a stipend. And then I had just about 3 times that in gambling income. Kept about a third of that, 30,000, and had it in cash, and so that was 130% payout return overall. But I was just playing, and but I kept records. How much money did I take on each day? Which machine was I playing? Which casino was I playing at? What day was that? And that'll become important later because that qualifies as gambling records according to the IRS. And I will talk a little bit about that in a moment. Because I went to the tax guy, gave him my usual stuff, including the W-2Gs, the 13 W-2Gs. And he says, you've been winning money gambling? And I almost have the conversation down word for word in my book, but it's been a few years. And so might as well plug the book, right? This is my book, Learning to Win, How to Make a Profit at Slot Machine Gambling. It starts with my story back in 2004 and then jumps to 2013, the end of 2013, when my 9 months of winning 90 taxable jackpots occurred and then winning the car. That's available on Amazon as an ebook and a paperback, shortly as an audiobook. I'm working on that. Still a lot of editing to do. But if you take all that stuff to your tax preparer, income tax preparer, he might ask you, do you have records showing how much money you took into the casino, which seemed like a bizarre request. First time gambling, right? First year gambling for me. And I said, well, actually, yes, I did write all that down. He's like, well, I think the question was, how much money did you take in? I said, on that first day, I took in $500, which was a lot for me and still is. But and he said, and the second day? I said, well, I took in some of my winnings from the previous day. How much was that? I don't remember, but I wrote it down. And he's like, hey, I'll work on this. Why don't you go get that? I'm like, okay, if you want me to. And if you're sensing a little bit of my being naive, it's certainly true. So I went and got that, and I came back, and he began to explain that you can deduct up to your winnings. One thing that a lot of people don't do is have winnings. And usually what slots players are saying is a W-2G hand pay, the IRS tax form the casino gives you, for those who don't know, if you win $1,200 or more. And the taxes are automatically deducted. Usually it's optional for federal and not optional for state or city, assuming that the state or city has an income tax like Nevada doesn't. And so you have paid taxes. Sometimes you can't get out of it. Sometimes you can. And what you'd like to do is see what the rules are and get those taxes back. It can be significant, 25% on federal. What are the rules? And one of the rules is you can deduct up to your winnings. And so if you get a $1,200 one taxable jackpot for the minimum amount, $1,200 hand pay, and for some reason you chose to let federal taxes be taken out, and let's say there was no city or state, then you had 25% or so taken out. You can actually tell them how much, and let's say it was 25%. So what? Doing math in my head is too much for me, doing all this other stuff. Right, so $300. You'd like to get that $300 back. Well, if you keep a log, we'll talk about that in a moment, the details of that, according to the IRS. If you keep a log, then you can put that with your taxes, and you can deduct if you spent $300 that year. And some of the details are interesting here, because according to the website that I went through on the IRS today, it said you can include expenses associated with your gambling, like gas money and other stuff, I guess. Be interesting. Like I said, your tax preparer can confirm all of this, but it's interesting to read the rules. And one of the biggest things here is the gambling deduction. If you spend $500 or more than $300, $300 or more, if you spend $300 or more in that same year, then you can get that $300 back. And that's basically your gambling deduction at the federal level. Now, the details here start to get a little complicated fast. I mean, if we didn't need income tax professionals, we wouldn't have income tax professionals. So some of the details here that I want to talk to you about are, let's start with win-loss statements. A win-loss, for those who don't know, a win-loss statement is something that the Casino Rewards Club provides you. You become a member of the Rewards Club, and they will provide you something called a win-loss statement. Now, it's not as much of a big deal as many people think. Many people think, well, it's tracking how much you win and lose, but it's more of a profit loss statement, which isn't exactly the same thing. It tells you how many hand pays you have, although they put some wording in the terms and conditions about not necessarily all of them, whatever that means. And they also tell you how much you spent. It tells you how much you won with hand pays, and it tells you how much you won and lost with non-hand pays. And it doesn't tell you how much you won. It doesn't tell you how much you lost. It tells you the difference. And the IRS wants to know how much you won, and it wants to know how much you lost. It doesn't want to know the subtraction of the two. They're very clear about that. Yes, Catherine. Catherine mentioned to me maybe an hour ago how there are no win-loss statements available from the Oregon State Lottery, but also that Oregon State does not allow gambling deductions that you would have at the federal level. So again, every state's a little bit different. Some states don't have state income tax on income. State income tax. Others don't allow gambling deductions. Like, for one thing, I've always tried to be cautious with people whenever talking about this topic is saying, if you live in a city with city taxes, municipal taxes, local taxes, whatever you want to call them, if you live within the city limits, or the limits where that occurs, and you suddenly start, you're following some of the things I talk about as far as winning, right? And as far as you do the stuff that you suddenly, start winning because maybe you're following the stuff I suggest, I wouldn't want you to get in trouble with your taxes because you've made this huge financial change. Suddenly you're winning a lot. And if you don't prepare to have 2%, 4% set aside for your local. They were very helpful in my city that I happened to be in where all this was happening. And I was like, what do you mean I have to come up with 2% of my annual income for you to pay? What? And it was just a big surprise for me. And it took me a couple of years to make payments and get that off my balance sheet with the locals, but they were very, very generous. So we've got some comments going on here. No win-loss statements from in Oregon. The Oregon State Lottery controls the VLTs at casinos and elsewhere in Oregon, and so that's there's the casino apparently doesn't. Apparently, the Oregon State Lottery, is that right? The casino. See Catherine, are you sure that there are no win-loss statements available from the casino you go to? I know that there's rewards clubs at casinos, and that should track when you play at a casino. I know Oregon has legally has convenience store slot machines, and that would have to be tracked through Oregon. So again, this all gets complicated because one of the questions I get is, hey, is a win-loss statement enough? And Steve asked that earlier today, and no, even IRS says it's not, and we'll get to that shortly. I want to check some of the chat messages here. Was told North Carolina does deduct off your winnings. Federal taxes will allow you to deduct up to your winnings. Other states allow losses. Sure, lots of other states allow losses, and I don't know if it's yours or not. So that's the reason why you need to go to a tax preparer. One of the reasons you need to go to an income tax preparer who knows tax law for your state, also knows your tax bracket and knows your situation. And that's who you need to work with. I can't provide the necessary details, but I do want you to know there are some straightforward things at the federal level, and I'll pull up some websites shortly. They're in the description here. And you'll see some of that. I haven't gone to any Oregon Native American casinos in a long time, so I'm not sure, right? Yeah, all right. Easy enough to do is go to any one of these casinos. Maybe you have to log in, maybe you don't, and just ask them if they have a win-loss statement. But what I wanted to do is go over to so a big one that might cover a lot of people, would be either MGM or Caesars Entertainment. I didn't go to MGM. I'm a little more familiar with Caesars Entertainment, but I went. I have a Players Rewards Club with them, of course. And when I log in, I can find something called a win-loss statement selection, and there are terms and conditions that they have you agree to. And I wanted to substantiate some of the stuff that I was just saying and about these win-loss statements, both to Steve earlier and what I was just saying. So basically a win-loss statement is historical gaming activity from casinos. And for Caesars, it says it would be for its casinos or any of its subsidiaries or affiliates that they currently own, operate, or manage. Let's see. And They say, I understand that the information is generated by Caesar's systems, is not an, quote, official record, and does not take the place of my own gaming activity records. Caesars makes no representation or warranty express or implied of the accuracy of the information or its effectiveness as proof of wins or losses. Right there in the terms and conditions, check your own. It does say further, and I checked this out and we'll go over it in just a moment. For specific information on tax return preparation and IRS requirements, please consult a tax advisor. Please consult a tax advisor or the IRS at www.irs.gov. It goes on to say the IRS recommends that taxpayers keep their own diary of their gaming activity with such pertinent information as dates, slot machines or table numbers, jackpots, and total wins and losses. So that is actually a very short statement that doesn't say everything that's actually on that site. So I provided 2 links in the description for this live event, which takes you to the 2 forms. And one of the first forms, it's a topic under their tax topics under help. At the federal IRS, it's topic number 419. That's topic number 419, gambling income and losses. So let me read a few things. So if you are not a professional gambler, this is for casual gamblers, and some of this is going to be harsh. I don't want to cause an argument about what you think you knew about this versus what the IRS is saying. This is between you and your tax preparer. Here we go. Ready? Gambling winnings are fully taxable, and you must report the income on your tax return. Gambling winnings. Not gambling winnings. This is me now talking. Gambling winnings. Not gambling winnings at $1,200 or more. Gambling winnings. All right, getting back to it. Quote, gambling income includes but isn't limited to winnings from lotteries, raffles, horse races, and casinos. It includes cash winnings and the fair market value of prizes, such as cars and trips, end quote. Okay? You win a blanket. You get a free meal from the casino. What's the fair market value of that? That's taxable. And that is not on your win-loss statement. Let's move to the next section, gambling winnings. A payer is required to issue a Form W-2G if you receive certain gambling winnings or have any gambling winnings subject to federal income, you must report that as other winnings. You can read this for yourself. Again, it's topic number 419 and gambling income and losses in the help section, tax topics section of the federal IRS for the United States. And I put a link, should be link number 2 in the description for this show. So you may deduct gambling losses. Quote, you may deduct gambling losses only if you itemize your deductions on a Schedule A and keep a record of your winnings and losses. The amount of losses you deduct can't be more than the amount of gambling income you reported on your return. Claim your gambling losses up to the amount of winnings as other itemized deductions, end quote. Another section, record keeping. To deduct your losses, you must keep an accurate daily, I'll try again. To deduct your losses, you must keep an accurate diary or similar record of your gambling winnings and losses and be able to provide receipts, tickets, statements, or other records that show the amount of both your winnings and losses. And then it refers us to publication 529, miscellaneous deductions. And that's where I want to go next. This is the third link in the description. I hope this is not too boring, because what I'm trying to do here is help you get back everything that you can get back. And if you have to start a diary of your gambling, this is the time to do that. It won't help you for 2019 taxes, but it'll help you for 2020 income taxes. And particularly if you use some of my techniques to win more than You have, and now you've got to deal with that. It's a problem to have, I guess. You must report. Okay, so I've gone over to this publication, 529. It's came out last month, or rather last updated December 2019. And if you go to the right side, the left side, and quite a ways down, there is something called gambling losses. There's a sidebar, they call it. There's a bunch of different links, like hundreds of them. And if you go down to one of the bullet points, it says gambling losses up to the amount of gambling winnings. And then there's a bunch of sub-bullets beneath that. I've gone there. So that's what you're looking for. If you want to just search that page for gambling, I think you'll find it. But let's just quickly get through this so I can get back to the top, see what your questions are. There's been some stuff going on. You must report the full amount of your gambling winnings for the year in your schedule, blah, blah, blah. Gambling losses include the actual cost of wagers, plus expenses incurred in connection with the conduct of the gambling activity, such as travel to and from a casino. Hey, didn't know that, did you? Deduct your travel expenses. You can't deduct gambling losses that are more than your winnings, and you can't reduce your gambling winnings by your gambling losses and report the difference. See, that's what the win-loss statement does, in part. It also provides a hand pays. But you see, the IRS doesn't want the difference. But on the other hand, they go on to say that your records, there's a proof of winnings and losses section here. In addition to your diary, you should also have other documentation. You can generally prove your winnings and losses through your W-2G, certain gambling winnings, form, receiving gambling, wagering tickets, canceled checks, substitute checks, credit records, bank withdrawals, and statements of actual winnings or payment slips provided to you by the gambling establishment. So while the win-loss statement isn't what you need to do the best at your record keeping for gambling deductions, the IRS says, yeah, that would be great to have that too. Okay, so let's get back to how the questions have been going. Do states allow what you lose on lottery tickets and scratch-offs as a deduction on the gambling losses? Hey, yeah. I mean, in my opinion, well, actually, it's not my opinion. It says right there on the IRS, raffles. Let's see. Gambling income includes, but is not limited to, winnings from lotteries, raffles, horse races, and casinos. That's under the topic number 419. So to answer your question there, Richard, wise virgin, lotteries. Catherine, I haven't gone to any Oregon Native. Yep. We did that one. I use a calendar and a cell phone to keep somewhat of a record. One of the conversations I've had with people has been, do you guys keep gambling records? I mean, how hard is that? Seriously, I can't imagine everybody has a spreadsheet software. I can imagine losing a notebook over the course of a year, stuffed in the back seat, or some other way. How easy, how hard is it? Do you want a gambling app that would record that for you? I don't know. There's maybe privacy concerns there. I think that Steve's got it right. I think more and more people are using smart devices, and starting a notebook file on your phone would be a way to do that. On your laptop with, a spreadsheet and everything in between. The article, the link number 1 in the description is a article that I wrote. I want to make sure I get the name right here. keeping gambling records for tax preparation and more. And one of the things I talk about here is, there's income tax, and then there's doing better at gambling. So everybody's going to have income taxes, or at least have to make sure they don't have income taxes or some aspect of that. But there's also the advantage play. People here, I think you've all been aware of my discussing what I'm doing is advantage plays. It's taking advantage of business practices of casinos. And one of those things is for us to keep records and look for patterns in the data. I know that sounds pretty geeky, pretty high end, but really record, for tax preparation purposes, you record the date. You record, and it's all here in my article. Gambling records for income tax preparation purposes is the section here that I'm looking at right now. For minimum tax purposes, at least 5 entries are required. These are the date, the location, which is the unique name of the gaming property, the amount spent gambling, the amount won gambling, and any comps or at least the fair market value of those comps eventually have to be converted into money. And how much is, if you were to, let's say you're given a free pillow, how much would that pillow reasonably be cost in a fair market system? And that's the value you put down as income. And then if you get W-2Gs and you pay taxes on those W-2Gs, for the year, what is those total income taxes you've paid at the federal level? And you get to deduct up to that amount, assuming you've spent that much. If you haven't spent that much, and hopefully you haven't, do you see what I mean? Right? You can spend everything that you win, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you had a profit. If you have a profit, you won't be able to legally get out of paying taxes on your profit. And we can argue about taxation some other time. There's certainly enough Facebook memes out there to cover that topic. But that's the minimum, right? Date, location, amount spent, amount won, and the value of any comps, dinners, gifts, trips. And one of the things that we just learned is the cost of going to the travel to the casino. For instance, how much did you spend? But there's other things that you might want to record as a way to understanding whether or not that trip was valuable and whether it was worth going, sort of so you can watch for trends. And I suggest that along with those bare minimums, to write down your gross jackpot. I mean, you have that before because the W-2G is documentation you'll need to keep for your, it's a tax form. So you would want to have that. And I wasn't including it before, in the diary because you have it, a stack of them. Hopefully. And what I'm saying here is actually put that into the diary as well. Not only how much of the total jackpot was, but after taxes, how much the jackpot was, how much each taxes were, if any. Was there federal? Was there state? Was there local? If you have federal, state, or local, then you can make an attempt to get that taxes back. So knowing how much you want to try to get back is one way to move down this route. So that's several things that you can do, but it isn't actually everything that you can do, because if you want to understand, to go further and dig into patterns, why don't you write down the time that you won a jackpot? And IRS does say write down the serial number of the slot machine, although that too is on your W-2G. If you didn't know that, there's a unique identifier that's serial number on the tax form as well. But I'm saying put it in your diary as well so that you can say, I won a lot on that machine and not a lot on that machine, and maybe I should play this one more, not that one as much. And then a comment section, so you can write down any sort of remarks about oddities and other things you've seen. Good on a Tuesday, bad on a Thursday, something. And then I also say one last thing would be, was there an event at the casino? And this way you can start looking into some of the winning strategies that I talk about, and doing your income tax preparation, but doing a little bit more than that to help you win more. Let's see. Steve says he uses a calendar and a cell phone to keep somewhat of a record. He says, I want to mention that even though you can deduct your winnings, that still goes on your local income tax caps, which in my case brought me to a much higher income tax bracket. Yes, didn't want to scare people. Some people have told me that they don't pay taxes because their income is less than that, less than the minimum requirement. But if you win, a $3,000 jackpot. And this applies to a lot of different circumstances. If you win a $3,000 jackpot, suddenly you have to pay taxes. This is not a good thing for Canadian visitors who like to go to Florida. Lois, Dave, are you still there? There is a limit to how much income they can have in a foreign country. And, then there's people who don't have to pay taxes, and now they do have to pay taxes because they're below the income, right? Retirees, right? Perhaps. Then you have like, you're not in the top tax bracket. I won over 100K. If I wasn't previously in the top tax bracket, I was suddenly in the top tax bracket. Imagine this, okay? Imagine I'm making a certain amount of money on my day job, okay? And then because of my W-2Gs in excess of $100,000 in a year, which I started earning in the middle of November for that 9 months of 90 taxable jackpots, 52 of them were in that 6 weeks. They estimate with your day job how much taxes to take out based on your tax bracket from what your annual gross is expected to be. Okay? So suddenly, middle of November through the end of the year, okay, thanks, Lois and Dave. From middle of November through the end of the year, I make $100,000. I mean, taxable. W-2G stuff taxable. That threw me into a different tax bracket, and I had 10 and a half months of not paying enough in taxes for my day job because suddenly I'm in another tax bracket. Well, be careful with those. That's one of my concerns. If I help people to win, if I help enough people to win, this is going to be a problem for them. They're going to be like, oh, so I won, and that's it. I'm like, no, you also went up in a tax bracket, or maybe all of them. And, there are consequences to winning and being prepared. So this is part of this. Keeping a good diary will help you mitigate that effect. Being aware whether your local city municipality has income taxes that apply to you, and if they accept gambling deductions, and most don't, that's important to know. And what about your state? So these are all important considerations, and you need to talk to a tax preparer, because all I can do is just point out some of these possibilities and you need to see where your tax bracket is at. You need to, talk to your tax preparer and make sure your particular circumstance, that you're protected. Please be protected. Let's see. Philly T, how does casino credit usage affect taxes? I assume that you mean that you went in to get a credit line or went to an ATM and withdrew from your credit card. That's not income. You may have used the casino ATM. You may have used the casino cashier's cage, but it wasn't until you spent it gambling or won something by spending it gambling that it becomes something that the IRS is interested in. What else can I tell you here? A minor little detail. If you have $10,000 in cash that you win and you take it to a bank to deposit it, there's a national service that asks for a report of any such thing because it's looking into money laundering. So it's looking into money laundering. So Philly T, if you have a credit line, that's really a convenience thing. That's where someone might go, instead of traveling, let's say you want to go to a different state. You want to fly to Nevada and you want to play table games, slot machines, whatever, and you want to take a certain amount of money, a significant amount of money, you want to play that, have that available to you and perhaps play it, and you don't want to go through TSA and, airport facilities with that kind of cash on you. And maybe your bank doesn't service Las Vegas, so you can't do a withdrawal. And you have a daily limit on ATM withdrawals. So what's the solution here? And basically, doing a wire transfer to get a credit line through the. And please don't use this for, please only use this for good. You can get a credit line if you have credit. You can get a credit line so that you can have money to gamble with at a casino if, it's more than a few $100s, because you can carry a few $100s, but you can't carry $10,000 or $20,000, not easily and perhaps not wisely. So what people do is they get a credit line, but that's only a credit line. How interested is the IRS when you get a bank loan? When you get, buy a car and use credit, not very. But if you spend it, then gambling, then keep a record of it. And that is, and you can also, if you get audited and they come to you and they say, we don't know that you actually did, do you have any proof that you actually spent that much money? And one of the things you can do is provide the credit line documentation saying, well, with this that I actually did spend this much money because here's my credit line that I pulled. It's like the win-loss statement. It is not definitive, but it provides additional proof that what you say in your diary actually happened. And you can have your bank statements and other things you can provide to the IRS as during an audit. And all these things can, provide, if not proof, then support for the, story, the record that you say you kept. Because I've had people come to me and say, well, what? And I do not recommend messing around with the IRS, death and taxes, right? Let's not do that. But I've had people come to me and say, well, what you can do is you can go over to the pari-mutuel, the horse race track, and there's all these many slips that people just drop to the floor from their bet. When they lose, they just throw them away on the ground. You can take a shovel and pick all those up and take them home and say, this is my record of how much I spent. And it could be $10,000. All right, do you have a, bank statement saying you withdrew $10,000 the day or the week before? The IRS can figure stuff out. And that's one of the things you want to, be careful about. I will talk to your tax professional, do it right. That's my advice. How else? Let's see. We don't seem to have any problems with the stream health, and what other questions do you have about tax preparation? If you get my book, there are several. And let me jump to one of these. Flip through it. And towards the end of one of these chapters should be Chapter 10, Useful Gambling Tools. Figure 10-2. I'll see if I can hold it up here and wait 15 seconds until it appears, and you can see what that looks like. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 different things. The last one is comps. And yeah, you can sort of see it. And if that's what you need to keep track of. I have another 2 forms in the next page over. I will hold it up now, and you might be able to see that. And there's a lot more information. But this is where you're getting into a financial analysis, where you're trying to keep records of what you want to do. And sometimes what I do is one of the practical considerations is that if you get free stuff, a lot of free stuff. I keep my own. I keep a separate table. This meal, that meal, this thing, that thing, toaster, microwave, trip, cruise. I mean, when I went on the cruise, there was airfare, there was all the fees. They took $500 off on the cruise that I was on, and the rest of the fees were on me. Docking fees, this fee, that fee, the excursions. This was what did I spend at the casino? I had to make a decision about which of these were comps and which one of these were I was paying, but how do all these fall out? And sometimes if you put them next to your casino trips, you really need a separate table for comps, because like I've said before, you have like a whole room of them. Right. Catherine says, tell them the name of your book. She has Learning to Win. Now hold it up now. It's called Learning to Win, available from Amazon. Is there an easy way for me to maybe get that for you? You can look it up yourself, but I can also do it for you here. So, take a moment, think about what you're trying to, accomplish. Do you need to keep gambling records? That's a question that people ask me, and I say to everybody, yes, actually, you do need to keep gambling records. And they're like, but I've never had a W-2G. And my response to that is, you haven't had a W-2G yet. What if you get one, 5 days ago? What if you got one 5 days ago? Then what are you going to do then? You didn't, let's say you didn't keep gambling records for the full year, and you won that, there's Oklahoma had a $408,000 progressive win. Let's see, get link. That's what I wanted. You get, what if you won a $408,000 W-2G taxable jackpot from a progressive slot machine on the last day of the year? I put the link to Amazon for the book into the live chat. What if you won that much money? And let's say you've been gambling the whole year, but you've lost. You just, you spent an unknown amount of money. Well, that $408,000 is going to have taxes. That'll have taxes. And you could get some of those taxes back if you kept a record for the year. You don't know how the year's going to go. Start your diary now. Get a little practice in. Write down how much you spent in case you win big. Let's see. Bill Frazier to tax reform law deals pro gamblers a losing hand. Yeah. Right. There's an article in the Journal of Accountancy of October 1st, 2018, for professional gamblers. Yeah, I'm not advocating people become a professional gambler. I never saw the benefit. I mean, I have justification. I would be automatically audited trying to become a professional gambler because I say I'm doing it with slots, and that's not possible. Everybody knows that, and you'd have to have written, a book on how to, do it in order for a judge to find things my way. I wrote the book, and I have all that, and I'm just like, I still don't want to I don't want to do this professional gambling thing because I don't see an advantage. It would be a bragging point, I guess, but then I'd be kind of stuck with it. I have no need to have that status. Thank you, Lois and Dave. My dad has just stopped by to see the end of the show. Hi, Dad. It's always nice to have family here. I've had coworkers here and family here, and that's wonderful. Okay, so I think I've covered all the different points I wanted to make. It is early in the year. Now is the time to start a diary so that you can get as much back as possible from your taxes for 2020 when you do your taxes in 2021. Now, do this diary. Don't take my word for it. You're going to be doing your taxes, and maybe you're going to see an income tax professional in a few months or soon, whenever. Go confirm with them. Go confirm with them that you have what you need in your diary. This is some assurance that you can have, and then you don't lose the diary. Bill, I just saw it as I looked through all the different ways, what would be necessary, even if it wasn't for slots. Let's say it was for poker, being a professional poker player or something like that. I look through it and I'm like, I barely see a reason why I might want to do this I'm already fairly well covered. And, with having a good diary, my record keeping for gambling. And I'm like, I just don't see the cost benefit. And, There are some, but I just thought it would be hard to maintain it, to keep it, and if you messed up, it's a bit of a problem. You can lose the status, and then what do you do? And I'm just like, I'm fine as is. Treat myself as a personal gambler, and I don't even consider it a business expense, even though I have this business. I see it as a hobby. It's very little difference. I don't mean to talk out of school. I don't mean to talk about my own personal income taxes, but I just don't like making it complicated. It confuses too many people, and I don't like it when the IRS gets confused. Questions? I'm a little surprised nobody got really upset with you win $200 and you spend $200 and you win $200 and you spend $200, and that's $400 in gambling income and $400 in gambling expenses. If you're a high limit, I don't want to intrude. I don't want to get anybody on the record. If you win $1,000, spend $1,000, win $1,000, spend $1,000 as you play a high limit slot machine, where's the record? How do IRS seems to be suggesting that every one of those $1,000 was income. In which case, if you counted the points for a high limit, I got to $875,000 worth of Royal Rewards Club points in a month and a half. And I got a little concerned because I hadn't gambled at that level for the previous year, and I wasn't sure what was going to go on with the taxes. And I was like, a month and a half, fine. Whatever happens, I should be able to get through this next tax period. But if I had, done that for 12 months, what is that? $10 million? Gah. Would the IRS want 25% of that? Where would I have that at? Want $1,000, spend $1,000. Want $1,000, spend $1,000. Where's the 25% every time? But not most people that I work with here, and here are not high limit gamblers. A few are, but mostly they're not, and that's what I'm trying to focus on. So one of the things I wanted to mention is that it's 2020, and I have apparently got my toe holds, and fingers jammed into the cliff of having a business. So I'm climbing a cliff, and I have a business. And before I was like, well, I could have a business. We'll have to see if I get enough people. But now I have enough people. So one of the things that I want to mention is if you have questions, that I'm available for consultation. ProfessorSlots.com. I'll write this in. ProfessorSlots.com/consult. Now, at the moment, send me an email, and I'll do my best to answer it. But more and more people are doing that, and there will come a day, and it will be this year, when I will be giving shorter and shorter answers on the email. But if you want 50 minutes of my time devoted one-on-one to you, ProfessorSlots.com/consult. And it's fairly inexpensive. It's as inexpensive as I can make it for my time. And as I grow, the cost will go up. That's what happens. And there's limited availability, starting to sound like an ad, but limited availability each week, and one-on-one conversation. We could talk about what state you're in, tribal casinos, commercial casinos, and go through everything, and winning strategies and whatever you want to talk about to try to look at your particular circumstances and help you. And I'm available for that. Steve, I just have to add, just beware of the end of the year tax consequences as far as going into a different tax bracket. It cost me dearly. Again, thanks, John. Yeah, it cost me dearly too, but I began to realize that my personal finances were undergoing a seismic shift because of 90 taxable jackpots in 9 months, of which first 50 were in a month and a half, and the rest were the next year. And then I won a car, and I was just going through all this going, maybe I should just wait and see how the taxes are going to work out to see how this is going to go. And that's what I did, and it was a burden. And the thing that hurt me the most, Steve, was the local taxes. And I was like, what do you mean you don't accept gambling deductions? Well, we don't accept gambling deductions. And so I'm like, well, how much is that? And they told me, $3,000-$4,000. And I came up with it over time. In the next year, of course, I had that much more again, and still paying on the first one, but they were very generous, and they just let me keep paying. And eventually I got all that done. And then I moved out of the city. Barney, hi. Oklahoma taxes upon gross, no deductions for the occasional gambler. Professionals should be able to report the losses. This is a major dollar amount. It is a major dollar amount, particularly for the professionals, because they have larger amounts. The casual gambler might be $100 per trip or something to the casino, but maybe there's 100 trips. So again, $10,000. Taxes on $10,000, $2,500 for 25% for federal level. That's all important. If you can get that back, consider it the cost of, it'll pay for going to Office Max or other place where they have diaries, and, just get a calendar and put in where you went, what you played, how much you won, comps in your little calendar. Keep it for the year. That's worth $2,500, right? Pays for that. Anyway, that's how it works. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Happy New Year. And have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Bye. Okay. Welcome, everybody. I was apparently talking to myself for 6 minutes. It is always interesting to make sure this works. Welcome, everybody. For those of you who haven't been here before, my name is John Friedel. This is my channel, Professor Slots, and we talk about how to win at slot machine gambling by turning casino business practices against them and master casino slots. Win your way to success is the short answer. I've won 90 taxable jackpots in 9 months. The taxable jackpot is $1,200. And I think we got good screens. And the largest was, okay. Hello, Steve. Hello, Denise. Good to see you. Good to see you. See your text, see your words. But in any case, the largest taxable jackpot in that 9 months, I've won more than 90, but in that 9 months, that first 9 months of coming back to it, coming back to slots, all big surprise for me and took lots of notes, and that ended up being a book later. But the big jackpot of those 90 was $27,000. And at the end of that 9 months, I won a car, and it was pretty much all deliberate. There's some luck involved. We'll talk about how that factors in. Absolutely. But that kicked me off into, well, I wonder if people would like to know more about this. And so a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, I sat down and went, okay, so what's an LLC? That's a type of business. How do you write a book? Take a year, write a book. Turns out, that's the last thing you want to do. Oops. Well, the book's done. And just go through how to have a podcast, how to have a website, how to have a YouTube channel now, and all the usual things that you might want to do. So today I'd like to talk about a question that I got. It's related to Steve. Steve sent me an email late last night, and he's the one that also guessed, or we thought the same. Great minds think alike. Last time, and we decided on the same topic, and it got me thinking about an email that I had received, and I thought, let's just face this head on. This is the question I got from, and I'll use first names and the state. Some of the stuff is from, this is from the Illinois Slot Machine Casino Gambling Facebook group. I have one for each state, territory, and our federal district. So 56 of them to manage. And then I also have the sort of the national or the global Professor Slots enthusiasts, and you're welcome to join whichever one is appropriate. But in the Illinois Slots community on Facebook, Sadhan asked an excellent question, and I said so. And a quick, he was telling me his favorite casino, as I've been asking people there. And he came back and he told me, and he came back with another comment, which was, and a quick question, ... Is there really any way to win in slots, or it's just luck? ? And I will tell you what I said, but I will also talk about what I said. Let's just face this head on. You get a lot of people that have played slots for decades and haven't really noticed. Some have, some haven't, don't know quite what to do with it. All the stuff that's been happening since 2012, and not everywhere. Casinos have been getting upgraded with, and it's not easy because you have to tear up the floors and all that, and that's downtime, and they don't like to do that. But on the other hand, they are able to reduce their workforce, both their slot mechanics, be more efficient. Right. Sorry. Lots of chats coming in. Right. So, where was I? Gotta not be distracted here. So basically, what I want to say is that casinos changed their operating systems or gained operating systems where they started adding a lot of automation. For those of you on the podcast, by the way, hello to everybody in the podcast that would be listening to this later. That first 6 minutes that the YouTube individuals kind of missed when I didn't have it connected properly, then that's what I want to mention here, which is that casinos had a lot of reasons to automate, and automation is something that can be taken advantage of that didn't exist before. So I talk about stuff that's happened in casinos in the last maximum 7 years. And that's only at the casinos that first started renovating this much. And some haven't even done that yet. So it's more and more casinos are doing this in the last few years. And so it's kind of new what I'm talking about. That's why I would say there's plenty of people who are going to figure this stuff out, but I was just first and I'm several years ahead. And so I hope to maintain my lead. But Satan from Illinois asked the question, is there really any way to win in slots, or is it just luck? ? And I said, excellent answer. Frankly, it's both. Casinos have broken the odds of winning, so they aren't fully random anymore. Yes, they're random in the morning. Yes, they're random in the afternoon. But the odds of winning are different in the morning and the afternoon at modern casinos because casinos made them that way. It's the new casino operating software and business practices it allows that them to implement, meaning one time of day is better than another. So we only need to figure out which is which. The odds used to be the same for weeks at a time, day and night. Now we only have to figure out which time of the day or day of the week has better odds. Put another way, I can't make you any luckier, but I can explain the business practices casinos use to draw in crowds and what you can do to take advantage of them, like come in early the next day after a big event, after a big night at the casino. Not every casino uses every business practice I've learned how to take advantage of, so you have to figure out which does which. Some are more common than others, though. My website has a bunch of articles, all free, that explains this. It's not for everyone, of course. Some old-time slots players can't seem to get their head around my ideas. If you walk into a casino, look around, and want to know what's going on, I can help. If you don't care to figure it out with me, and you're trying to, and would rather go get drunk and push buttons on random slot machines, then I can't help. It's also important to keep in mind which gambling goal you might have, so you understand what you're trying to accomplish. More money? More comps? More fun? The last one is by far the most common. I also mentioned the golden rule: don't bring money to the casino which you are not comfortable with being able to lose. And I suggested that Sedan, welcome to the slots community, and let me know if you have more questions. He came back with, Mr. John, thank you so much for the reply. I started playing 2 months ago. I don't know much about it, but maybe beginner's luck or something. I won some small amounts often. All of them are less than $500 only, but somehow I and my wife got addicted to it. We've played almost actually, we played almost actually lost like more than $2,000 within a month. My question is, there any way to make money out of it? Is it possible? Any live classes or something like that? Can you help me out in any way? ? That would be a great help. ... So, this is a business for me. I know that because yesterday I reached 2,000 email subscribers, which was my way of deciding whether or not I had a business. If I could not get 2,000 email subscribers, well, I couldn't have a business. But if I could get 2,000 email subscribers, then I would have a business. And I hit 1,000 6 months ago. So I have a business as of yesterday. Awesome. And of course, I saw this coming by a couple months. And so at the end of last year, I started figuring out what can I start offering to people, because I do try to answer every Facebook comment, every Twitter tweet, every email in as much detail as I can, but I am rapidly running out of time. I will continue to answer every tweet, Facebook comment, email, but unfortunately the responses are going to get shorter and shorter and shorter. And having a conversation back and forth many times where I ask you questions of like, what state are you in? Because the gaming regulations matter. Where are you located? In that state, roughly. What casinos do you like to go to? Do you travel outside of the state? So we can talk about your personal needs. The things that you do, the things you've observed, because I haven't been to all 2,000 whatever casinos in the country. So I need to, ask you what you've observed and point out what those things mean. And this all takes time, and I'm slowly running out of it. But there's an easy solution. If you want to go to the head of the line, if you want my undivided attention for 50 minutes, professorslots.com/consult. Welcome. Hi, Catherine. Catherine says you provide information that no one else does, and best to my determination, there are a few YouTube channels that have a couple of videos where they're half right on top 10 tips, and I'm like, well, 2 and 8 are the same, 6 and 4 aren't true. The rest are good. So I did at least one review of some YouTube channels, and I think I might do more of that just so I can say, this is right and this is wrong. And it's just based on my education, my experience, my as an engineer, as a physicist, as a teacher, for decision analysis and system simulation. This is all technical stuff, but it's my background, the education, 30 years of education, technically 25. My 8 college degrees, that's them back there, including 3 graduate degrees, one of them a doctorate, and another one a master's of engineering management, which helps me understand business practices. These things allow me to, and I do pattern recognition. That's what part of just something I've gotten the habit of being able to do and gotten good at it. And so I walk into a casino and everything kind of comes clear to me. And so I want to do more reviews on this next year. But getting back to the point, Sudan asked, do I have online classes? Do I have live classes? And I decided to go live here to answer questions as best I could in the time allotted for the many people who might have questions. Thank you, Catherine, by the way. I appreciate that. Appreciate you saying that. And it's certainly true. But if I'm going to, what I thought I would do is offer one-on-one consultation. I've got about 6 50-minute slots available per week, so definitely a limited availability. You can go to, and I'll type this in, the website link. It is professorslots.com/consult. It's fairly inexpensive and will never be cheaper than it is now. It's only going to go up because once all 7 slots, fill up for the next 2 weeks, or 6 slots fill up for the next 2 weeks, immediately, then I will need to raise the prices. So they're as low as they're going to get. There's some availability. It's in the evenings, Eastern time. I believe I've got it set up for 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. I think it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, in the evenings. And pick a time, and we'll go over all your stuff. I'll come back to the comments in a moment. I don't want to just distract. Just keep making the comments, and we'll come to them in a few minutes. Right. So unfortunately, no, I don't have any live classes. I have the live Q&A right now, where you can join Sudan. I haven't seen him yet, and maybe he'll listen to it later in the podcast, or you can buy an hour, 15 minutes of my time. I keep on saying an hour, it's 50 minutes. Need to have a few minutes in between each session, like class. Need time to get to the next class at the university. So yeah, we'll do that. I might offer an online course eventually, but there's kind of like a barrier. There's another question I'll have I think it might have been Steve. Someone asks, and I'll work through these, would I mind? Oh yeah, there was an individual who emailed. He's like, so would you mind coming to my casino and showing me around? And I'm like, okay, so airfare, hotel room, you're paying for all this? Because I give my family the 100% discount. 100% family discount. I go to Florida to explain things, and I wrote that up my Seminole Brighton article. It's about 2 hours south of Orlando, so figured out how to win there for my dad, who was going to watch this later, I guess, and his friends. But I can't see how I could travel that much and as much as I could that way, when I could just tell you from a distance. I don't see any going to somebody's house, going to somebody's casino and explaining things just for them. It would cost thousands of dollars, frankly, for my time and for the airfare and for the whatever, hotel room, car rental. I'm not staying in anybody's spare bedroom. Sorry. That's going to be not something I'm going to be able to do. However, I was thinking that I might make trips to like Oklahoma, Washington, Pennsylvania, and kind of have like a meetup. Maybe spend the weekend and first go to the west side of the state and then go to the east side of the state and just make an announcement here and just say, I'll be at such and such casino from this time to this time. Feel free to show up, and we'll have to see how that goes. If I get a huge crowd, then the casino's not going to be happy with me, unless I make prior arrangements, and so they can accommodate that. So, get a meeting room, that sort of thing. So I haven't figured any of that out, but as our slots communities grow for each state, I'll be able to pinpoint, what people's favorite casinos are. That's what I always ask there. And I'll be able to say, well, 50 people could show up at that one casino potentially if they all showed up. And why don't, I might be able to do something like that. And then I don't see myself, I won't be charging you for that. However, if I make arrangements with the casino to rent a room, I would charge them. This is called paid speaking engagements. And I'm not there yet. It might be something I don't do this year, but it might be like next year. So that's a long-winded answer. Yes, Denise makes a good point. Once you figure out how to win at a casino, the non-tribal casinos, they change ownership, and these are business practices. So the business practices change. So what I want to try to do is not tell you how to win. I mean, I'll do that, but what do they say? Teach you to fish, don't give you fish. I want to train you to figure it out, because I can't walk you through it side by side with you. First off, it's terribly expensive, and second off, there's only 2 weekends in a year, and I have a full-time job where I don't have that much vacation time to do anything like this. So I want to explain to you how to do stuff, and in a simple manner. Look for this, look for this, look for this. And, if you find any one of those things, then do this or do this or do this. And there's 7, 8 different things to watch for, and 7, 8 things to do in response to those business practices that you might find. So taking a step back for just a moment, there are some things that I am going to be doing this coming up, and I'm figuring out what those are, and I'll announce it later. But I have figured out that these live Q&As, I don't think once have I live out in farmland. I don't have a great internet connection, or I didn't until about 4 months ago when I was upgraded. I mean, I pay for the best, but that doesn't make it great. And I was chatting with people on video and it was hanging. You know what I mean? It just froze, and then moved, and sound gets all messed up, video gets all messed up. Well, once they upgraded me to a better service, apparently they put some new lines in or something. I was already paying for the best, and so I automatically got put in this. Suddenly I could go live without any of those hangups. As you'll notice, I don't have any here, and I think I've done this Q&A like 7 times now, and never have I had that hang. And so I'm happy to see that live is here to stay, and I'll pick a topic and then take your questions, and we'll do that. But I'm also coming out, and I came up with one already, and it was just fantastic response, on channel videos. So my state-by-state stuff really wasn't for YouTube channel. It was just something I put there so I could put it on my website. And those always got like 25 people from Wyoming or something, 25 views from Wyoming after 6 weeks. And that's not going to cut it for having a channel, which is a slightly different project. So I am now putting up videos, and you'll want to know about this because here we're just sort of having a discussion, but there I'll be presenting in 4 minutes or less, or 8 minutes or less, or 18 minutes or less, whatever I can, minimum amount of time I can make it, just point after point after point. There you go, there you go, there you go. And explaining how to do this stuff. Here we're talking about reasons why and special circumstances, but there I'll be saying, and this is what you do, and this is what you do. You look for this, do that, look for this, do that. And so, yeah, I see some of the questions. I'll get to that in a moment. So watch for those videos. I'm not going to ask you to subscribe to the channel. You either know what that is and have already done it, or you don't have to because you've already come to my channel and it's just going to show up on the page. There's no reason, apparently, for you to subscribe. If you want to, that would be awesome. Makes me feel good every time that happens. But you can expect, I'm looking at 2 videos a week starting on Tuesday. I put one out a week ago Thursday, and I wanted to judge the response, but it looks like a new video that's not the live on Saturday. Tuesday would be a new video, probably 7 p.m., Thursday, 7 p.m., new video, and then Saturday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, live Q&A. So 3 videos a week. Hopefully that's not too much for you guys. I thought about doing it every day, but it's just too much for you and maybe for me. And 2 videos and 1 live session per week might still be too much for you. So we'll see how it goes. I might have to drop back to just a Thursday show, a Thursday video and a Saturday live, whatever makes you guys comfortable and you respond well with. And if you have an opinion about that, please share. Okay. So Julie from Indiana. And so, I haven't just now talked about the winning strategies. I've mentioned some of them in the past. I put links up for my winning strategies, a connection to my category on my website. It's also available there on the front page. You can do one of the drop-down menus and it'll show you. I won't show you now. It's pretty self-explanatory, but you can find all my strategy stuff. I broke it up into like tribal gaming strategies, learning, because there's some history stuff going on. Next weekend, just a spoiler alert here for next Q&A, will be on January 17th, 2020. 100 years after January 17th, 1920, the first day of American Prohibition, so raise a drink, I guess. But this is not about alcohol. Slots were having a problem back then. They had to start giving out gum instead of cash prizes or cigars or beer in bars, because people were in the country were turning against it. Like alcohol, they were doing the same thing with gambling. And so slot machines had to start dispensing gum. They became vending machines. If you won something, maybe you got a piece of gum. Or if you won something, you did get a piece of gum. And that wasn't considered as illegal. And when the speakeasies opened up, because American Prohibition started January 17th, 1920, casinos went back to having cash payouts. coin-operated slot machines went into speakeasies, and it became what is known from 1920 to 1932, 31, for 12 years. American Prohibition existed, and during that 12 years is, besides all the Prohibition stuff having to do with alcohol, it is also known as the Golden Age of Slots, because they just went boom. They went to every speakeasy, multiple ones. Those speakeasies were the beginning casinos for slot machines. And that's how much of a boom it made. So that's 100th anniversary is next Saturday, a week from today. Right. So Julie from Indiana. So there's a technique that I call the 5-pull method, where you're trying to use the business practice of the casino against the casino. The casino business practice is to have a small win in the first couple of bets, so that you would then spend what you just won and everything you brought with you. That's the intent of the casino. That's the business practice. Works surprisingly well. So one of my techniques to win is to find casinos that do that. And it turns out to be about 1 in 3 casinos. Very popular. I didn't know how popular it was going to be, but because I found it in mine, I'm like, well, I wonder how many others do this. Turns out a lot. So check for this. If you get that taste, you make 5 bets. You can make 5 bets maximum. You don't win anything, move on to the next slot machine. If you win anything, say in the second bet, don't do the remaining 5. Stop then, take that money, go to the next slot machine and bet 5 times, or until you win something, which would be less, maximum 5 times, but stop if you win something, anything whatsoever. And Julie may or may not have known about this, but some people know these things because they see them too. Julie from Indiana, from our Indiana slots community, said, "My last casino trip, I spent only playing in the high limit room." Yeah, this technique, I wrote it up as well. And as I told her, if this technique works on one slot machine in that casino where you get to taste, why wouldn't you go to the high limit room? Because it's not just one slot machine, it's all slot machines in the casino. It's a business practice. So why not go to the high limit room and do it? And that's where I've had some success. So she says, Julie from Indiana says, "My last casino trip, I spent only playing in the high limit room. I had decided to play 10 spins or until I won." Right. My 5-pull method can also be 10-pull. I think 5-pull is a little more conservative. I think you have more of a profit because if it was going to pay out, it was probably going to pay out by 5. But some people like to play 10. It cuts in their profit a little bit, but they want to play 10 times. Partly the reason for that is because 5 bets per slot machine, you can go through all the slot machines in a casino pretty fast, and then what do? You go home. But if you make 10 bets, you can stay twice as long. So more or less. So Julie says, "My last casino trip, I spent only playing in the high limit room. I had decided to play 10 spins or until I won. I only play $5 and $10 slots. I haven't got the courage to move up yet." Hey, if you feel resistance on moving up to your denominations, I completely agree. Don't play the $100 slot machine. It's just a waste of your money. It's like playing the lottery. It's very unlikely. You need like $18,000 to have a chance. But then you might win more than $18,000. So, but who has $18,000? That's a bankroll. Yuck. Anyway, she says, "I haven't gotten the courage to move up yet. While I didn't win a jackpot, I did manage to win $300 on 4 different machines with between a $30 to $75 investment and $500 on one machine. I repeated this pattern the next morning. I won $300 on 2 machines and $900 on a third. So no taxable jackpots, no W-2 hand pays. Still taxable, according to the IRS, but not a taxable W-2 income tax form." She says, "I walked away with $2,900 with a $420 investment." So why don't I do that? I think I have this. This is, she says $2,900. And spent $420. And so she made just under 7 times her bankroll, 6.9. She said, we proceeded to another casino on our way home, and I decided to only put money in machines that were left on a win. That's another thing I talk about, various places. I get a lot of questions, so I just try to answer them. So it's any number of places. She might have read that, probably in the Indiana Slots group. But sometimes if you find a slot machine, somebody was asking me, so I saw a slot machine that had a win on it, and I thought, well, it just had a big win on it, and I'm not going to play it. And I'm like, no, it's hot. Play it. Make at least one bet, but don't do anything more than you would otherwise do. But so many players avoid a machine with like a $400,000 win that it just sits there idle, begging people to play it. It's in a winning mode. And so I say, don't go crazy. Just bet what you would normally bet, but don't avoid it because it's great because, this is a strategy that kind of counters other slots players, myths. Well, if it's got a big jackpot, it's not going to pay out for a while. No, that's not how gambling works. That's not how statistics work. It won, so it's hot. Check it out. Might just been a momentary fluctuation in the odds, but it might actually be set to win. Just have to rethink some of these things. Okay, proceeded to another casino. We left that second casino where they put money into those that had left on a win. They left with $585 in profit. I have found I have much better odds on early morning hours or Sunday afternoons. I have won some on Friday or Saturday night, but most of my better payouts have been all at other times. So this is, Julie talking about her experiences, and these are the sorts of things I wrote an article about, and I'm sharing with you, and just tips and tricks and winning strategies, and this is what I'm talking about. Again, taking those business strategies and using them against the casino. Let's see. So when I do a consultation, I'll send you some questions in advance so I have a chance to prepare, like what state are you in and what's your favorite casino and what's your goals, and do a little bit of pre-work to get you to answer short answers to short questions so I can prep a little bit. But I have one here from Steve, who said, it would be great if we could put this on the show. And I wanted to give you an example of what you would get if you were to go to professorslots.com/consult, and sign up for a 50-minute, relatively inexpensive, consultation. I went to my local, Steve says, hi, John, I went to my local casino, and it gives the name. I won't say it. The casino was having a special Friday giveaway, for the upcoming, football game this Sunday. 20 grand giveaway, free box seat, and free play. Please tell me what I did wrong. I spent around 2 grand on numerous machines. I played dollar and multi-denominational machines, mostly 10 cent, and some cents. I counted 7 bonuses, and some 5 cents. I counted 7 bonuses that I got. Or were the machines turned down that much? I did see jackpots going off, some rather nice ones, 28 grand and 17 grand, and your typical $1,500 ones. Any suggestions on what I could do different? Maybe you could talk about this tomorrow, or on the podcast. That would be fine. Right. All I can say, it was a very bad night, if you know what I mean. LOL. Laugh out loud. Right. So, although maybe we should say it's lots of luck. It's gambling sort of LOL. Right. So here's the problem. If the casino wants you to be there, that's not a good sign. If they're trying to get you to have, have a giveaway, a car, some great tickets to a football game with all the perks, including, 20 grand giveaway, they expect to make all that money back that night. So, I have never found big promotional events to be a good time to gamble. It has happened. I have to wonder if that was entirely luck-based, but it seemed like a terrible time to be at the casino when the casino invited me to be there. That make sense? I found early the next morning after a big giveaway, I mean, if you want to go to the promotion and check the rules and try to win the promotion, put your card through the slot machine and be eligible to win, check the rules, see if there's an advantage. That's advantage plays. Do that. But sitting there gambling during that time when they want you to be there, not a good idea. I would say that's where you went wrong. All right. Try to win the 20 grand from the promotion. But, there was other people who were winning, but you're always going to see, when a big crowd is there, you're always going to see winners. And, those machines might have been the ones that were set up to be winners. I wanted to ask you, as soon as I read that, were those machines the ones that were easily visible from a distance? Because that's another winning strategy I talk about. It's actually the oldest one, been around for decades, even before they changed the casino operating system, is they'd make one slot machine that was easily visible from a distance or a walkway or something like that. A winner that has a budget, I call it like a hidden promotion. It just gets people excited and they all run to a different slot machine and lose money, usually. Or only get like a 93% return, which is making money for the casino. By having one machine set up to be extraordinarily, high odds, where you win almost every bet, every 5 bets, you win $500 or something. I did that myself back in 2004. And the next day it just shut down. It was 6 days of winning 13 taxable jackpots. I've talked about this. And then it's, going into the 7th day and put $500 in and it's gone 6 minutes later. And like, what the heck just happened? I may have put in a second $500. Same thing happened to it. And at that point, I'm like, okay, stop spending money. But, so, I made my own mistakes and tried to learn from them. Right. So you were there at the casino's suggestion, and that's the problem, Steve. And also, the machines that you're seeing winning, I really do, think about it. Were they on the end of a road, near the bar, near a walkway? Were they in a dark corner? I think not. Because that's another business practice that casinos will do. What you wanted to do was get on one of those machines. But the person on it probably would not want to get off that machine. So play it the next morning. Yeah, there's your combination. Next morning, the casino's trying to balance some things. They probably took in more money the night before than they needed to. This is another winning strategy. I'll get to each one of these as we'll talk through things, and I'll have regular videos on them. But just to have a conversation here, if you've read all my articles, then you would know what I'm talking about, or even read the book. It was set up to fail, Steve. So let's, before I get into, I think I've kind of covered the questions. I've got a bunch of comments that have been coming in. So let me take a look at those. People saying hello. Denise says, I have found in Oklahoma, do not play on holidays. Wait till they are over and everyone back to work. And then I go. Really pay good then for me. Hey, Las Vegas is the same way. California comes to visit on holidays and the weekends. All right. I mean, I'm not exaggerating by too much. A lot of people come in from California. There's not many places to go. You got the ocean on one side and Nevada on the other. So they might go to Reno. They might go to Las Vegas. It's just a short drive from the LA area, a few hours drive, and easily drivable. And the casinos just shut it down. Turn the odds way down on the weekends. But they're higher than average during the week for the locals. And it works for them because their state law, most places have a theoretical payout return that must exceed, if they have one, it's for the month, possibly for the year, or per slot machine. Nevada has it per week. All right. Well, actually, it's return statistics, but it's somewhat of the same thing. They can have an average for the week, which is not the average for the 5 days of the workday, and it's different from the 2 weekends, and it averages out, and nobody notices because they only have to report those things on a weekly basis. So, Oklahoma sounds like just like Las Vegas. In the week, not the weekend. Had some people, after I wrote that article about, so you're visiting Las Vegas, this is what you do. Has a section on being on the Strip, has a section on being downtown, which is a great area, and kind of what happens, and you know, the fellow that I was talking with, Steve, different Steve, he was there for a conference, and so he didn't get much time to gamble a little bit until his flight was on Sunday, I guess, and he wanted, Sunday morning, and so he gambled Friday evening and Saturday, and he just, you know, he had done a little bit on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but he just saw such a stark difference at the same machines between the weekday and the weekend. And it sounds like Oklahoma is the same way. It's a common business practice. Denise also says, also when I figure out the best times to play, they change it. Yes, I have in my book, I talk about how there's a best time to play, which is the time I won a jackpot or someone else won a jackpot on that machine that day of the week. Not the next day, but a week later, I'll come back and I play a few minutes early before that timestamp and a little bit after, and my odds are better, but only for a couple of weeks. And then it seems to move around. I believe it's based on how many people come to visit the casino and, and the crowds, and those crowds kind of meander about as far as when it's peaking and not. And I think that's what the casino's tracking with their business practice. So yeah, I'd find a great time to win, but it only lasts a little while. And I'd just make only several $1,000s, and I'd be like, okay, this one's over, but this one's still hot. This one's not. And just track it. And this is something you can learn. Okay. Hi, Lois and Dave. Glad that you could be here. I know you had something that you needed to do, but welcome. Wise Virgin, Richard, I believe. Why not a meetup at your local horseshoe home casino in Ohio? I just don't see it happening. The reason why I don't see it happening, some people are in Ohio, is what I need to do is get a room at the casino. All right. And these things are, I want the casino to pay for it. I want the casino to pay me. If you have questions, I mean, if somebody in Ohio asks questions, I've been to most of the casinos, just ask me and I'll just straight up tell you, take me 5 minutes to write the email, instead of taking, a full day with lots of driving to do the same thing in person. So I just don't see myself being able to help enough people when I'm trying to go national, I'm trying to go global. And, did you want to know which slot machine at Miami Valley Gaming to do? I wrote it up. It's in an article that I did. I believe I did, yeah. And I tell you exactly which one to go to and roughly what time and kind of what works. There's no real banger of a plan. Business practices take advantage of it, Miami Valley Gaming. But if you go to the state Ohio Gaming Commission, and this is the sort of thing I would talk about with anybody at any state, if you go to the Ohio Gaming Commission, you'll see that Miami Valley Gaming is consistently the best payout returns on the return statistics of all the casinos. So right there, good to go. I just don't see it. If I can do... I need to, like somebody offered to show me the winning slot machines in a casino in Indiana, which isn't too far away. They just, very generous, thank you, walk me around and say this one and this one and this one and this one. And I'm like, okay, bring $500 and win a couple $1,000. But honestly, I would rather put my time into you guys here, work on an episode for the podcast. a couple $100 isn't going to pay $250,000 in student loans. Sorry. So I'm trying to find the way to maximize helping the most number of people, and I'm not really in it for the. I'm not getting I'm not giving myself a paycheck for 3 years now on my business, but that doesn't mean I'm not moving towards helping people and being paid for it. Let's see. That's just talking about being an entrepreneur. Lois says, Lois or Dave, that very thing has worked for me rather well, at least in Florida. Thanks for that. Dave is a family friend. My father asked me to go to Brighton Seminole Tribal Casino, 2 hours south of Orlando, to say hello and maybe show him how to win. And ask me questions like, so why did you call it ProfessorSlots.com? Why didn't you call it JohnFriedel.com? And I said, well, no one cares. And he kind of looked at me, my dad, and I'm like, well, John Friedel Sr. cares and John Friedel Jr. cares, but not anybody else. So when I went down there, I did figure out 2 different ways to win. It basically based on information from my family and their friends, where they would say this, this, and this, and I explained what was going on. And then I found another way, which is collecting tastes that actually did at that casino. And then there was like a third one to that. So that's just another article. K. Dean. I've lost $25K in the last month on slot. Any advice? Stop losing $25K. Well, you're left out a piece of information. How much did you win? Because if you won $50,000 and you lost $75,000, and so you lost total $25,000, my advice would be different than if you straight up lost $25K and had no winnings. What I would say is if you won a bunch of money and lost all that plus $25K, this is my response. You are winning enough. Figure out how to stop losing. Reduce how much you lost, so you have remaining how much you win. Then you have a profit. So you can have skills to win, and then you could indiscriminately just spend it all. I mean, the other possibility is that a lot of people will win money, and the whole point is then, great, now I've got more money I can spend at the casino, so I can still go home broke. Yeah, well, I know your overall, thank you for the comment. I've been up and down, but overall down 25K. Did you win? Keep gambling records. Deduct up to your winnings. You could receive 5 or even 10K in a tax return, which reduces your 25K loss to maybe a 15 or 20K loss. If you have promotions, if you spending that much money, you might very well be getting promotions, getting gifts. If you can figure out a way to reduce your spending at Christmas so if everybody in the family gets a bread maker, when otherwise you would have bought them a bread maker or whatever this casino has given you, then you can save on your spend at Christmas by regifting. And also, I would think about what you're doing. There are strategies to read my articles. There are strategies that are in place. See if they apply at your casino. If they don't apply at your casino, because not every business practice is applied, maybe it's an older style casino, you've gone through everything that I have to share, and you don't find any of them work at that casino, it's time to go to the next casino down the road and see if they work there. Think about what you're doing. People come to me and say, well, I've lost $2,000 and I'd like to get it back. I'm like, that's not what we're talking about here. people are like, I lost my house. Can you help me? I'm like, what? No, you're down 25K. Golden rule. Don't take anything to the casino you can't afford to lose comfortably. You're not getting that back. I would hope that you would break even in the future. That sounds like a goal. Discounting this loss. And then if you could turn that around to winning a little bit, I can't make you luckier. I can point out the business practices and see if any of them apply at the casinos that are available to you. There's no free lunch, which is kind of an ironic saying to have, when we get free lunches, right? So sorry. I have a coworker, Terry. He's quite a character, and he just said, "I want to be rich." Big smile. And, well, Terry, let's go to the casino and we'll do that. But if I win you a taxable jackpot and you spend it before you leave the casino, that's totally on you. Okay. Thanks, Terry. I always appreciate the comments. Again, for those who joined a little bit late, Saturday, a week from today, is the 100th anniversary of the first day of American Prohibition, when slot machines went into speakeasies and pretty much turned those speakeasies into casinos for the first time. And it's also known as the golden age of slots, the following 12 years, which is how long American Prohibition went on. See, look what you've done, Terry. You've instigated other people. Steve is like, me too. Dean Joel, will having a slot host help direct you to better playing machines? No, because the slot host, the casino employees cannot gamble at the casino they work for. So the host wouldn't know. Someone who might know is a slot attendant, because they're paying out hand pays. And I always have a conversation. I always have a conversation with a slot attendant. You've done this, right? When you travel and you go to a restaurant you've never been to and you sit at the bar because, you're in your business suit and you're sitting there and you ask the bartender, "Hey, what's good on the menu?" Because how are you supposed to know? Ask somebody. I talk to a slot attendants all the time, and I say, "Hey, how's it going? Are you handing out jackpots? What's the situation?" And they'll be straight up say, "Well, that machine over there is paying out." And you have to decide whether or not you believe it. But sometimes you build a relationship with these slot attendants. Hosts don't know. Attendants see it because they're doing the hand pays, and no casino employee has a clue because, unless they're a new casino employee and they used to gamble there, maybe they might know. But they don't gamble at that casino, nor its chain. That's the other thing. If you go to the promotions counter and talk to them about the rewards club, they are very they don't know much, if anything, about it, because particularly the high level stuff, because there's just no good information because they're not a member. Can't be. K. Dean, I am going to look over your articles. I'm relatively new to slots and want to learn as much as possible. I am not going to lose my house over 20. No, I didn't mean to say that you would. I just, I hear terrible stories, and I'm like, I can't help. So I've found a bunch of things. Go through my articles, take a look. The book was what I wrote first. The articles expanded on a few points on each of the topics in the book. So if you just want to get one little thing, it would be the book on Amazon, Learning to Win. It is here to show this again. So I'm holding it up, and want to make sure that you can see that. Okay, so Steve, John, are you still going to the casino by you on a regular basis, weekly or monthly? Congratulations on 2,000 subscribers. Thank you. This last year, I didn't. I felt I could go I went like 4 times, mostly casino reviews. I'm mostly going for you. People who have a question about, Miami Valley or Pittsburgh's Rivers Casino, how do I win there? Like, well, I was in the area. I could swing by and figure it out, but I'm not there to make money because anything, that's what I decided when I figured out how to win. None of this, I was making $30,000 a year profit, Hey, that's wonderful to make $30,000 in profit. And that won't allow me to pay my student loans for 10 years. If I don't spend it on anything else. No, that would be more than 10 years because that's just straight up balance. But in 10 years, I have more interest. So yeah, 15, 20 years. That's not going to cut it. So I don't try to make money at casinos for myself because I'm doing this instead. But I do need to make regular visits to the casino. I felt I could get by with a year because not a lot changes as far as the machines are coming out, a few changes. But I need to continue to go to casinos to see the new stuff. And that's my only goal, not to try to win. One of the things I was considering was, doing something along those lines. But it's hard. I consider slots playing like a pretty serious hobby, like a half-time job. Right. And I already have this business as a full-time job and my day job as a full-time job. So now we're getting up to 2.5, days jobs. And when do I sleep? So I will be going to casinos to learn more for you. I didn't know enough of that in 2019. And that includes gambling, but it's basically testing my theories and trying stuff out, not sitting there and enjoying myself playing. I'm sitting there enjoying myself working for you. Okay. Great session one more time. Great live Q&A session on YouTube. Master Casino Slots. Win your way to success. Everybody have a great day, a great week. I'll see you next Saturday. First day of Prohibition 100 years ago. And have fun. Be safe. And bye. Oh, have fun, be safe, and make good choices. Bye. Of YouTube. So welcome to the podcast, listeners. Welcome to the people here live with us, with me, and welcome to the people who are listening in the future. So today, what I thought we would talk about is one of the more popular questions that I get, yeah, Denise, I royally messed things up just a moment ago. Yeah, it's good now. Thanks, Chuck. Denise, I royally messed things up about 5 minutes ago, which was like 2 minutes before I was going to go live because I'm pushing the capabilities. The fan on my laptop went off and went on, and I'm like, okay, I'm pushing the limits. But that's what we do, right? We figure out what works by trying. So today I thought I would go over one of the most common questions that I get, which is, so I've got a trip planned for Las Vegas. People tell me, what do I do? What do I do to win at slots? Maybe they're going there for a conference. Maybe they're going there for a vacation. Certainly people in California love to go to Las Vegas. Well, there's some parking fees and some other things that are going on, which not so much the parking fees, but the lower odds on weekends. We'll discuss where that comes from and why that's happening. But it really does affect. It takes advantage of visitors from California or visitors to Las Vegas for the weekends. But during the week, it's a lot more locals or conference goers who are there then. So there is definitely advantage plays in existence. So, get back to this. And what I want to do is kind of go over, I took on an assignment for somebody, did it for free, because I thought it would be useful for a lot of people, which was somebody I knew had a trip coming up to Las Vegas. So I figured it out for them and published something about 9 months ago, an article 9 months ago. And one of the things I can do, I think, is show you what that looks like. So let me try doing that. I don't know. It's all very difficult. I'm not fully conversant with this software just yet. There's things that it'll allow me to do and things that it won't allow me to do. Let me see if I can. I apologize for the technical difficulties here. Let's see if I can make that happen. I did. What I had gotten in trouble with before, I'm a technical geek, okay. These things are fun for me when they're not terribly frustrating, is I wanted to make myself small in the corner, and apparently that was a big no-no. So, but I recovered. Right, so what I want to show you over here, and one of the things I'd like to do at some point is figure out where I'm pointing. This is an article that I wrote in August. I guess this trip was in June, but I published this in August and last year, and which is recent, and I think it's all still good information. You have to get the latest statistics, but if you take a look at that, it's going to be some of what I'm going to talk about here, but also kind of how this gentleman's trip went and what else is, hello, Catherine, also what he learned in that trip, and kind of some of the conversations I've had since then. But if you want to go to Las Vegas to play slot machines, one of the things is some pre-work that you'll want to do. So here I talk about 7 secrets. And one of the secrets is to prepare. So get to know your Nevada gaming slots is how I put this. Check the most recent payout return statistics. Then, if you have more than a little bit of time, start listening to some of the podcasts that are exclusively about Las Vegas. I have my favorites. We'll talk about what my favorite is. And then there's like the longest running Las Vegas podcast. They're up to episode 600 or 700. It's 10 years of broadcasting, of having podcasts. So, that's one of the things I want to talk about. But the first thing is going to be getting to know your Nevada gaming slots. Here, why don't I grab this? Right, so I will grab that, and I'll drop the link to this article on my webpage into the live chat, which should be available for everybody later at this moment in time in the video, in the stream. So that's that link. But also I wanted to talk to you about I look at the slots in each state. I write an article once every 13 months. So it's weekly articles, and I go through all 56 states, territories, and federal district. This is the one for Nevada. And while it's one of my longest ones because there's just a lot of casinos to have something to say about, like where they're located and what you might find. There is a section towards the end. It's like the second to the last section, just before the summary. Just before the link to the Nevada Slots Facebook group in the summary, there is this section which is also very long for all the states because Nevada is great at this. There's a payout return section for Nevada. And here will be a link to both the regulation. One of the things that we straight up want to know is what is the theoretical payout return? What is the theoretical payout for slot machines in Nevada? What's the minimum? And it is 75%. Now, I haven't seen any slot machines get that low. It's just bad business. So thanks for the likes, everybody. I appreciate that. So if you, but it also says per wager. And I think that's for each wager available for play on the device. So some people have a concern that, well, should I bet 1 credit or maximum credit on a slot machine? And because Nevada sets the standard, and this is their law, I pulled it directly from the regulations. That means that it doesn't matter if you play 1 credit or 3 credits, you at least have this guarantee of the theoretical minimum. But the second part here is to look at this But the second part here is to look at this Nevada Gaming Control Board and Gaming Commission. They've got a long title, website. And so let's go there. So I will go to the Nevada Gaming Board. This is what the Nevada Gaming Board looks like. And I'll drop that link into our live chat. All of these will be available in the description later. If you want to look for it there, I'll add that to the description after the show. So here you've got, you're welcome. And if you slide on down just a little bit here, there we go. It's switched over. Good. You will, in 15 seconds delay on the image, over on the far right, which I'll point to now, over on the far right is something called Statistics and Publications. So once that slides up just a little bit, another few seconds, you'll see this far right tab. There you go. And so I'm going to click on that Statistics and Publications and take you over to that location. And slide up a little bit. Because if you go to this location, there's a lot of information that you don't need. There is a little bit of an, let me give you that tab. Next time I might just work with images because it's, when it's live, gets kind of busy. Over here on the lower right, on the lower left, is gaming revenue information. Second from the bottom there, should be able to make it out on the screen. If I go there, I come to this screen, which is basically month by month PDF. Why is it not filling out? Come on now. There it is. Right. So, moving along now. 15-second delay. Come on. If you take the top PDF, it is the most recent month that is available. At this moment, it is November 2019 statistics. So about a month behind, which is great because a lot of places are a year behind. There we go. Now you're seeing it. And so there's a PDF file, and I'm going to click on that. I think that's enough with the sharing of the tabs. And if I click on that, then I can find it where? Yeah, there it is. So this is a huge document, 45 pages. And how, so I'm going to bring myself back into the picture. Well, not yet. When this switches over, you'll see a table. And it's basically three big columns with numbers in them. And the first section, the first row, is about table games. The second row, kind of in the middle of the page, is slot machines. And they will show statistics for 1 penny, 5 cent, quarter, dollar, megabucks, $5, $25, $100, multi-denominational, and total. Other and total. This is where you want to go prior to your trip to Las Vegas, so you can maybe figure out an advantage play before you even get there. This report is long because they don't provide what a lot of states do, which is just for the whole state. What they do is they break this up by county. And they also break it up. Each one of these tables is about a county. But in some counties, like Clark County, which is where Las Vegas resides, it has, please don't be disturbed by the number of numbers here. I'll show you the one you want to look at in a moment. But if you want to, go find Reno or Tahoe, well, North Shore, or South Shore, because within the county that in Nevada that you're in, sometimes that's broken up more. Like Clark County is broken up into the Strip and downtown. They also provide the whole thing for Clark County, Strip and downtown. So you need to find the appropriate page. Page 6 is for all locations in Clark County. So this is basically the summary page. I'll talk about what else the other ones are in just a moment. It's pretty straightforward. So I'm going to zoom in here. And so you can see this momentarily. And I've centered on slot machines. Right, so slot machines, 1 cent, 5 cent, quarter, dollar, megabucks. No reason I can't look this way. Right, and you see all these values. Now, there is a column, if I move up, this last one here in the gap is win percent. Now, one little detail here, you see this number 9%, 4%, 7%, 6%. That's not player win percent. That's casino win percent. So if you subtract this number from 100, that would turn that casino win percent into a player win percent. So what you're trying to do is find the lowest number on this table for Nevada. And this is just you're getting comfortable with these sheets because there's a way to win or improve your odds. There is megabucks, 13.24%. All right. Subtracting from 100, what is that? 87. A little less, 86.76. See how even megabucks is above the 75% requirement on the theoretical minimum? There you go. So that is not the machine to play. And I tell people, don't play megabucks. Yeah, it's like playing the lottery. You've got the lowest odds by far of anything else. But let's look at 5-cent machines. Not only do we know from Nevada statistics, which is kind of the gold standard, but not everybody goes this far, but Nevada does. There are 78 5-cent machines in Clark County in November 2019. On average, for that 1 month, they have 4.58%, which, call it 5. That would make it 95%, a little bit higher than that, 95.5%, more or less. Let's take a look at that. That's the best odds out there. So maybe if you go to Clark County to play slots, 5 cents, your bet. But let's say that you want to go downtown. So we will slide on up here and move on over to they break. So let's go over to downtown for all locations on that sheet. And let's see how the slot machines rank there. What is the lowest number? The multi-denominational, 96, 95.96. Right there towards the bottom. So if you were to go downtown, you would want to play one of the 15 multi-denominational slot machines because they had the best odds in November 2019. One thing to watch out for, or one thing to be aware of, while Nevada gaming statistics divide these settings up. Get back to this. That's kind of what I wanted to say there. I'm going to come back to this, see if I can bring myself back into the picture. I will delete that shot and move on over. Hello again. So when you look at those statistics, you can find how many machines there are within a county, all locations, or you can go to another slide just beneath it, which is going to be just for downtown, for all locations downtown. And then, or the strip, all locations on the strip. But they don't go casino by casino. That's the one downside here, is that you can't find out what is it at Treasure Island because you don't have that information. There's just going to be the strip and downtown, or both combined. But there's one other small feature which I haven't been able to quite get my hands on the information. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. It is out there somewhere. It is the annual financial report of the casinos. Some of these casinos are owned by, one operator. But individually in MGM's financial report, in Caesar's Palace annual financial report, there is how much is Bally's. What's their annual revenue? Because these sheets will break up downtown and the Strip and all these different places in Nevada by how much the casino makes. They don't tell you the name of the casino, but they will tell you things like, these are the statistics on the Strip. Let's see, let's bring one up. This is the statistics for the downtown Las Vegas area in Clark County, where annual revenue is $1 million or over. I can't list off the casinos that have $1 million or over because I haven't looked up that information. But you can. There's 65 casinos there. I haven't done it, but I could do it for you if you asked, and that would be under the consulting option. I think it just takes a lot of time. It takes an hour of my time to just grind through everything. But you might have another sheet on downtown for the $1 million to $12 million revenue range, and then you've got downtown 12 million and over. So you could break up all the casinos in the downtown Las Vegas area in Clark County into less than $1 million to 12 million, and over 12 million. And then you might have a better idea of where to go to win, better than just downtown. Not going to go to casino by casino. Now, I wonder, if it's going to work out where only one casino, say in the Strip, has over 12 million revenue in a month. And, it might just be, Mandalay Bay or something. So it'd be interesting to sort that out at some point. Looks like Stream Health is excellent. Hi, Philly. I'm going to check the comments here. Denise, yes. Since Oklahoma is under tribal rules, do they post anything like this? Check professorslots.com/OK. I spent 5 hours writing that article, and I looked up if there's, I've scrutinized and tried to find anything that would be available. I don't have all 56 states and territories and federal district memorized. Except maybe I have Oklahoma. I believe Oklahoma doesn't have anything. That was what was so interesting about Oklahoma, maybe renegotiating their tribal compacts. If they can force that to happen, then, there are a few states that have written in a theoretical payout return into their gaming compact. There are a few tribal compacts at other states that have to report return statistics. It is possible to make it happen, but my memory is that Oklahoma didn't. Philly T, does your strategies apply to video poker? First off, there are winning strategies for poker. It's the same business practices. It's an electronic device. It is not the card game poker, so the odds are adjustable from afar. So any strategy that you want to try on slot machines, video or physical real type, will work on video poker. There is one small difficulty, however. At the casinos, I bet I haven't been at every state, every casino, but I think it's typical when I go to a casino and I go into, say, the high limit room or I walk the casino floor, there are far fewer video poker machines than slot machines. And let's say you wanted to do, as you mentioned, the 5-pull method, the 5-spin method, stop, spin. If you haven't heard of this, I call it the 5-pull method. I mentioned this before, and there'll be other videos in the future. This is where you go up to a slot machine and you want to capture the taste, which is a business practice casinos will have. The idea is to give you a win quickly so you don't get discouraged. And then I see your question, but just a second. So you don't get discouraged. The casinos, and it's very common, it's coming out to like 1 in 3 casinos, they'll give you a quick taste. And my advantage play for that casino business strategy, casino business practice, is to stop playing when you win that taste, or maximum 5 bets. So try 5 times. If you win anything, stop right then, move to the next machine. If you want to try that 5-pull method, Philly, on video poker, well, there aren't many video poker machines. You know, you might make that taste, which might be $10 or $20, but then you try it on all 5 machines in the high limit area, 5 video poker machines in the high limit area, and you're done. And there's 45 videos, 45 slot machines in that room where you would make 10 times more on average. So yeah, it works on video poker, but all of them do. If the casino's doing that on their slot machines, then they're doing it on their video poker machines. It's just far fewer video poker machines, and that can matter. Okay, when will December's be published? That's a good question. I think they publish. Let's see. Might have it on my website for the Nevada. Well, look at it this way. That's an interesting detail. Look at it this way. The next one is December. December was 18 days ago. You're welcome, Philly. And it does take a little while to capture these things. So I would say a month. That sounds like a good number. It is at least 18 days, as we know, because it's not up. And it might be 3 weeks, it might be 4 weeks. But November's is up, and it's been 6 weeks. So somewhere between 3 weeks and 6 weeks. Also, I think I put this into the Nevada article. I don't want to spend 5 minutes trying to find it. Some of these have a requirement by a certain date each month, and then they have a little wording in their gaming regulations about, but if it falls on Labor Day, then it won't be that day. It'll be the day after or the day before or something like that. So they're very detailed about these things. But if you're going to go to Las Vegas, then the thing you want to do is check before you go. And if it's right around, the end of the month, last week of the month, last 2 weeks of the month, sort of, then you might want to take a look there while you're on your trip to see it's come out. Depends on when in the month you're going. But you need the latest, and you can take a look at what are the odds for the area that you're going to? What are the odds for perhaps based on the casino, how much revenue they make? That's a little more getting into the annual reports. But at least you can see, wow, they've got high odds and 4 machines, and they've been doing it a lot. So one of the things I didn't point out, I only mentioned briefly, is that on each one of these pages on this gaming revenues, they have the current month, but they also provide the last 3 months. In a right to the right of it. Then they also provide the average for the last 12 months. So if you see something like particularly high, this is an accounting little trick. If you have brackets, parentheses around a number, they don't put a negative sign in front of it. They put parentheses around it. Some software does red, but if you if it has parentheses around it, that means it's negative, and when you subtract it from 100%, you actually get an answer that's over 100%. How can this happen? Well, maybe Megabucks had a payout. Just obliterates, the win percent. But if you look at the last 3-month average and the last 12-month average, you'll see more what the real number is. It won't be they talk about volatility, where, it goes up and it goes down, it goes up and down, and you don't know what's going to be the next month, the month of your visit. What do? You look at the 3-month average and you see if it's also low, if it's also the highest payout return player win percentage, or if it, is radically different. So then you could say, well, month after month, it's been like this, and there's a better chance that it would be still better in the next month. And while that's statisticians would give me grief for making future predictions of past behavior, if it's been consistent, then you've got an opportunity there to watch this consistency. But remember, winning at slot machines has a random behavior to it, but the business practices. Hey, if they want that machine to win, that machine's going to not win every time you push a button, but it's going to be over 100%, or it's going to be higher than usual. And they could do that for as long as they like, because they have that technology, they have that control, and they can do that. So we look in these statistics to not see what the variability is with the randomness. We're looking at for the variability of the business practices. Oh, look, they keep on doing that with a 5-cent machine. Better go see if they're still doing it with a 5-cent machine. And that's how you think about it, because I can absolutely confirm that, if it was random behavior, which is what most people think, people who learn slots before 2012, that's how they think is, oh, well, it's just completely random. Well, yeah, it was. Hasn't been for like 7 years now. And more casinos switch over to the new operating systems that allow them to have that kind of control. Bo, if you're going to go to Wendover on the 24th, you might want to check out my, it's basically what I've been telling you now, but I looked at the Wendover area and did the same thing, and I saw that there was excellent odds on a $100 machine, which told me that someone had won big for that month, and not to play the $100 machines, of which there were like 4 or something. I don't remember the exact number. It was just a low number, single digits. But then there was this other quarter machine that had been dime machines, and there was only like 6 of them or something like that, and they'd been consistent for like 12 months, and that's the one you wanted to play. So go read my article. You can just enter search. Let's see if I can quickly do this here. Probably not. You can find the link by just going through my articles, or type Wendover into the search area. Hey, Bo and Catherine. Bo's going on the 24th of January, and Catherine's going on the 5th of February. So this brings up a good point. One of the things that I need to do is go to New Jersey. I can evaluate from afar, but I have been to Las Vegas a couple of times, and I saw a lot of the things that I put into the article, but I am reluctant to just do it completely from a distance. I mean, Wendover had some fantastic stuff. I haven't been to Wendover, but there was some fantastic stuff in Wendover's gaming statistics. And I'm like, hey, people should know about this and this technique. So I could easily write about it. But I haven't, someone is asking me today for Oklahoma, WinStar or Choctaw? Which one did I prefer? And I'm like, Oklahoma has no gaming statistics. Whatever one's closest to where you live, pick one. So you're not investing in 2-player systems, and pick the one that's closest to you, because you go more often and you just figure out how to win. And that's not enough for an article. It's like 3 sentences. Other people had on the group. By the way, I've got a Facebook slots communities for every state. And you can go to any of my state-by-state articles, professorslots.com/FB. Then the 2-letter postal designation, Oklahoma, would be professorslots.com/FBOK. And if you go there, you can join and talk to other people in that state, in your state. And then, see what they have to say. And there'll be various opinions, and that's all good. And Salt Lake City is 120 miles from Wendover. So Catherine says the closest commercial airport is Salt Lake City, only charter flights to Wendover. I think they have a former Air Force base there. That's the runway, I'm told. It might be on the Utah side. It's right on the border there between Nevada and Utah. In fact, the town kind of straddles it. And then there's, I think we're actually talking about West Wendover, Nevada, not Wendover, Utah. I think I got that right because west is west, right? So if you want to get there, drive 102 hours from Salt Lake City. Actually, I'm not sure if it's 2 hours because it might pass through mountains, but it's 120 miles. That's what I remember. And Bo, that would be a great place. I remember your name. So that would be let us know how you did on the Facebook slots communities. If you happen to take a picture, I don't know any casinos that allow it. Despite all the YouTube videos where people are recording their slots play, I can't see how it's possibly, not a copyright violation. But if you happen to take a picture and you want to put it in the Facebook group, it is private, and that might be okay to do occasionally. But if you have a jackpot, that would be nice to see. Thanks, Catherine, for confirming that. Okay, so we'd like to hear how it goes, Bo, and Catherine, of course. No worries about Catherine telling us. Okay, so that's kind of the article as far as preparation. The tips I have for looking into stuff. But on my trip to Las Vegas twice, and it was my celebratory trip. At the time, Total Rewards, now Caesars Rewards, soon to be probably something else, not that they've been bought. That was my 7 stars annual trip. The first time, both times I went on the 4th of July weekend. Got there a day before California showed up. I mean, it wasn't all of California, but it seemed like it might have been. Just crawling with people, and I imagined it was like at the front of a rock concert. People were just pressed up against you and you have a hard time moving through the crowd on this trip, which was kind of interesting in and of itself. But I got there the day before all those people showed up, drove over for the holiday once they had it off. But I got there the day before, 4 days, 3 nights, and left the day after. So the airport wasn't busy. Never been in a limousine before, picked up from all part of the top tier Total Rewards at the time program, picked up by a limousine, dropped off by a limousine. First time the limousine wasn't set up properly, and I realized my mistake with that sort of thing. This is more of a Players Club question. I realized my mistake there was I got the trip planned like 5 days beforehand. I didn't realize that in order for this to work well, my host needed time to set things up. And it was all kind of short notice for them. And so, Catherine, I've seen people not have problems, including myself, taking pictures. But like on the BC slots, Brian Christopher, I've watched some of the videos, and it seems as though the casino has roped off an area, and anybody who approaches them has a wristband. And I think the casino is running some sort of event, and then under those circumstances, maybe they're getting paid. Maybe they're paying him. I don't know what the contract would be, but I think about what it could be, and I think the casino is agreeing to allow him to be videotaping there. If they're roping off an area, it has to be that way. And maybe even charging admission. It has to be that way. So he's got permission from the casino to record, but doesn't have permission from the slot machine manufacturer, right? And, they own the music. They own the game theme copyright. So I look at it, and I've considered doing that. I've considered having an aspect of this business, which would be, here I am at a casino and I'm recording. And even if I were to set up arrangements as BC Slots has, still illegal. Get sued for that. $100,000 per instance. And if you wait 10 years, then it's millions. So I'm like, that I can't do that. It's not legal. So I won't. I'll do something else. What I will do is I'll go out onto the street and take a picture from the street of the casino. That's legal. Okay. There's a few pictures that I've been using, but I try to get away from that. Anyway, right. So if you go, right. So if you, so when I was in Las Vegas, I just stayed on the Strip, didn't go downtown. And one of the things I thought was pretty interesting when I did the review was, downtown, apparently it's a little crazier, a little bit more where the locals go. Those two aren't connected. And they, cater to something other than gold-plated elevators and escalators and stuff. And it's a different atmosphere. And there's also some more amusement park stuff out that way. And it's, Fremont Street, it's covered. Not only is it covered, it's outdoor, but it's covered with something that can be like starry lights, but also they can show video on the ceiling outdoors on the canopy. That's pretty interesting, right? Lots of music. And then you've got Trader Vic's and you've got a few other things. Just to, I go into more detail in the article. Also remember that there are some wonderful gambling podcasts that are entirely focused on Las Vegas. Some of them are centered in Las Vegas. I have to give, a shout out to Vegas Never Sleeps with Steve Maggi. He was one of my first interviews. He would be on one of his shows. I mean, he's a radio show, but he kind of put some of that stuff on podcasts. So, he did a two-parter for me 2 years ago. Kind of kicked off my business, or at least got me some exposure. That was great. I really do appreciate that. And he talks to, it's kind of the entertainment side. He talks to showgirls and he talks to showrunners and he talks to the owners of museums and some of the shops. And it's all very, it's not really talking about gambling. It's talking about Las Vegas. But there are others like 500 by Midnight. This is the one I was telling you about at the beginning. I think there might be up to 700 shows at this point. And Hundy is Hundy. Basically, it's a slang term for 100. And it's a movie scene from a movie that came out 10 years ago or more, where someone was like, that's right, I'm going to get 500 by midnight. And they called the show that. It has been that way for 10 or more years. 360 Vegas, my favorite, these guys are, Mark and Dr. Mike, are on You Can Bet on That. And they are in California. One of those people in California who goes to Las Vegas practically every weekend because it's not exactly a short drive, but it isn't too long. And they'll often do that. Gambling with an Edge. This is a video poker guy, Bob Dancer, Richard Munchkin. And if you know video poker, then you've probably got his software and his books and whatnot. But he has a podcast. It kind of moves around. It was a radio show. And Gambling with an Edge has all that going on. Now, they talk to security guards and different aspects. They're gamblers who won't give their name, and they have a voice synthesizer to disguise their voice. And it's kind of its own little thing, if you like that. Vegas Confessions is where people talk about, well, I went to Vegas. You know what they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Well, this is a podcast where you confess what you did in Vegas. And my favorite, Steve, it's not Steve. It is, what is his name? I'm so sorry. He was so kind. Scott Robin. He tweets like a fiend. He's got like 20 tweets a day, and he talks about, well, this show is left, I hear, and he's like a Vegas insider, and he talks about contract deals and who's going to come in and, what's happening over there, and this is rumored to be sold, and by golly, it is, and there's a criminal investigation there, and he just knows before everybody else, and he's on the local news as a commentator there in Las Vegas, and he has Vital Vegas, and I just think the world of him. Just enthusiastic and just, you won't regret it. And none of them have offered me money or anything like that. I'm just saying these are the ones I've listened to, and I've learned a lot from them. So downtown versus the Strip. Downtown, it has, great casinos. It has museums. It has a zip line. Remember that for Fremont Street canopy I was telling you about? Zip line over top of it. So, you can do that. And out-of-towners tend to be at the Strip, but downtown is where many locals will go. And that's all divided up in the gaming statistics. So the other thing I need to talk about is I've shown you only some of the statistics from Nevada. There's another group of statistics, which if you go to the Nevada Gaming Board, you can find, which is not the full monthly statistics, but there is enough to find out number of slot machines and win percentage. It's under those many statistics and publications. I think it might be under revenue, where you can find the weekly those values are actually added up week by week. So, Bo, when you asked about this, there is another location which I haven't dug out, which will tell you what the statistics were for like 2 weeks ago, just for that week. I don't like those so much because, you don't know what it was the week before. You don't know if it's a fluctuation or if it's steady at a good number. But what's interesting about that is the casinos report weekly to the gaming board. The gaming board then takes those numbers and makes a monthly report that comes out, we said 4 to 6 weeks later. But you can get the weekly reports sooner. And that might be interesting to look at because it's more recent. But the point I'm trying to make here is the casinos report weekly, not daily. They're reporting the numbers for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If they lower their odds to the basement on Saturdays and Sundays, a little bit of Friday, and then raise them during the week, it's totally legal. Totally legal. It is legal. It is okay to do that because the gaming regulations don't say you can't do it. And they do this. Confirmed by multiple people who have gone there. If you've gone there yourself, if you are there for a conference and gamble on the weekends, gamble on the evenings, gamble in the morning before you have to be where you have to be, it's going to be a little tiring, gamble during the week. Because once you get free, let's say your flight's on Sunday morning and your conference is over at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday, from 10 o'clock in the morning is what I was reported to me by people who have gone. By 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday, through sometime late Sunday night, the odds are tight. All right. They're low. Where when you add in Monday through 10 o'clock on Friday statistics, they actually come out over the legal requirement. Well, they come out, no, that's not accurate. They're always going to be over the legal requirement of 75%, but it might be 75% on the weekends, as low as 75%. It can't legally be lower, but it can drop that low, and during the week, you can make it 95%. And on average, you'll have it's hard to balance this out, but it's somewhere in between, 85%. And that's what you get in the report. Let me quickly check comments because I've been talking for a little while. You have read it. Okay, Bo. Catherine, yep, airports. Catherine, correct, airport. All right. Greener pastures. Go on a BC slot group poll and see how they do it. I have been to a slot poll, not a BC slot poll, Greener Pastures. You have a contract. Somebody has to accept the W-2Gs, and you only bet as much as you you collect from the people. One of the things that Eric Rosenthal, who you may or may not know, is kind of one in some of the podcasts that I mentioned. He's a very knowledgeable gentleman, and he ran the one that I was at, and I was the one that took the W2Gs because it was mostly table game players that were there, and they didn't even know. They don't get WTGs, rarely get W2Gs. And I'm like, I'll just add it to my 50, what's one more? And it was really not slots players at slot pools often. And that means they don't know some stuff. In fact, there's a lot of stuff people don't know about what I'm teaching. It's kind of a barrier for me to have to convince everybody, but it's things are people are starting to go and try it and see that it works and come back and report, and that's building things up here for me. But at a slot pool, that's not like going to a casino by yourself. You're not wandering the casino picking out stuff. These slot pools are actually high limit slot pools. I don't know of a slot pool that isn't high limit. So you go into the slot machine, high limit slot area, and you pick a machine. And what I was able to do was convince people at the slot pool that I was at Foxwoods was, let's try the one next to it. Let's try the one next to it. Because I was trying to get it to hit a taste. And we did get one, $4,800. But we had, how much did we have? I think we had $10,000. Yeah. It's like $8,400. And the rules of the game were we had to win more than that in order to stop playing. And we didn't. And so we kept going and we spent all of it and we didn't win. I figure when I looked into these odds, you needed like 100 to 120 pulls to have a potential of winning on whatever denomination. If you're going to play a $100 slot machine, that's 100 to 120 $100 bills, right? So 18,000, 15,000, 12,000, 8,400 was well short. Anyway, BC Slots is great for what they're doing, but do remember if you go to their website, Brian does say that there's no such thing as a winning strategy. It's all random, which is the old style thinking. Which is, I don't know if that's actually his opinion. It does give him a wider audience to start his business. It might have been a business decision. It's hard for me to imagine that he hasn't seen the stuff that I've seen, but I think he made a decision in his business that he wasn't going to talk about winning slot strategies because it would just not allow his business to grow as much as if there's plenty more people out there who just go for fun, and that's what he's focusing on. Anyway, it's business stuff. Denise, you may have answered this somewhere, but so much to read, I have not seen it. Actually, I've only got like 50 articles. I should have 300, but if you say it's a lot to read, okay. You talk about your payouts in 9 months, 1 year, as curious as you still gamble. Yeah, I got that question. And one of the things I was going to talk about here is I went to the bank an hour, this morning and picked up some cash. And tomorrow I'll go out to the casino, make it a regular thing. Because as I mentioned last time, I'm not going into high limit areas. It's a full-time job. I'm not going into high limit areas at my local casino. It doesn't help you if I do that, because if I play for myself, I will find a way to win at that casino. If not that one, then the next one. I'll find a way to win. And I'll only do that for 6 months to make money. How does that help you? I need to go to a bunch of different casinos, explain what I saw there, move on to the next one. I need to do, okay, I did Las Vegas. All right. I did Wendover. Well, I need to do Atlantic City, Detroit, Michigan, Indiana, all the ones in Ohio. Why am I not doing all the ones in Ohio? Figure out how to win there and move on. That's not making money. That's helping you. And I prefer to help you. So I thought I'd get back into that. Last year was a lot of this, getting things set up for this, and it was just a lot of my time. But this year, I need to see what machines are out there, see if I can pick up another winning slot strategy, and Yeah, figure half the casinos that I go to from now on weekly, one will be like my local casino where I'll try to figure out how to win. Maybe try different games to see if there's anything I can say about it. I don't like different gaming themes as a way to win because a whole row of them, one's the winner and one's not. It can be set up any way that they want it to be set up. And I like the one on the end of the row that has a view of the bar because instead of the one that's supposedly identical right next to it, which doesn't have that view, because I'm all about business practices, not about game themes. But, I want to see what's going on at one of my casinos and maybe not lose money. But I'm not going to play in high limits, which is where you make money because, $100 win on a slot machine outside of the high limit room becomes a $10,000 win inside the slot machine room, high limit. And so, yeah, I'm going to go back to weekly. But my intent is to learn how to win at one casino, move on to the next one. And learning to win costs money. And I'll report back. Why don't I just make it a regular thing where I talk about that for a few minutes, where my last visit was. So next Saturday, I'll talk about where I go tomorrow and what I learned, and see if I have statistics on these videos, and I'll see, if the people watching just drop off or it picks up, and then I'll know whether or not I should do more of that. But whether or not I talk about it on the live sessions for a few minutes every week, I will certainly go every week, unless I'm traveling or something. The intent is to get back into the habit of going every week, whatever casino. Maybe I'll do a review. Maybe I'll just learn something, just help. So thank you for asking me about that. I did want to say that before I got to the end of our live session here. Just things are always changing one year to the next. And last year was like not enough trips to do that. But on the other hand, I got YouTube started. So this year, every week, probably forever, barring illness or work travel. Right. So, anything else I wanted to say about visiting Las Vegas? So Scott Robin at Vital Vegas, he talks about Old Faithful. So he found a winning slot machine, which is based on it's viewable from a distance. That kind of strategy where the casino has higher odds on it because it draws people into the other slot machines, which don't have higher odds. And he posted a photo of this slot machine he calls Old Faithful on Twitter. And I've looked it up because I'd heard him mention it, but he only posted a photo once. And I found that link. And if you go to my article on 7 secrets to winning on your next visit to Las Vegas, down in section 7, candidate winning slot machines in Las Vegas, Scott posted a photo and there's a link to the photo. It's a 2-credit, $5 denomination, progressive Wheel of Fortune machine. $5 denomination means it's high limit, and it's in a high limit room. Some people were asking me, is it this one or is it this one? So I sent them a picture which shows the cashier's cage on the right and the other slot machines that are around it, and you kind of walk into that section of 4 queens in downtown Las Vegas over by the cashier's cage in the high limit room. And in case that wasn't specific enough, there's a photo on my website under section 7 showing what it looks like. And don't play if you can't, bring enough to play $100 bets. So you're going to need, what is that? $10 bets, 2-credit, $5 denomination, $10 bets. Need to do at least 100. So you need $1,000 to $1,200 to give yourself a chance to win. If you want to try the 5-pull method, then you're going to need $50. And from what he was saying, it might be set up to win, or it might be the 5-pull method might be enough. But that's a little pricey, but this has some backing on it, and check it out. So this is what I wanted to offer. Let's see. Right. So that's right. James was the one who I wrote this article for. And he came back a couple months afterwards and told me how things went. And he said that Four Queens has set up to allow the 5-pull method. So their business practice provides a quick win or taste followed by no wins. So try my 5-pull at Four Queens if you go to Las Vegas in downtown area. See if that's, be careful, but see if that's still in play. It has been 4 months or so. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I wanted to go over. So any last comments? Hi, Deb S. You're late coming in. That's fine. Welcome. Wise Virgin, Richard, I believe, professional slot player friend of mine refuses to play an isolated Indian tribal casino in Western North Carolina. Is there any way to get their non-published statistics? Do you know they are renovating heavily? Check my professorslots.com/NC slots article. I put a lot of thought into that. I don't remember everything that you can find there. If you say they're non-published, then you can't get them. If you're a member of the tribe in a leadership role, or you know somebody who is, you might, but I'm not entirely sure that's legal because they might be violating a contract. So no, I mean, it would be great if we could get these sorts of things from several different locations, several different states. Anybody who's not a government entity is questionable. All we can go by is, like you said, they're renovating heavily. What must this mean? Well, how did they pay for that originally? Well, they probably had low odds. What will they do after they pay for it? After they finish renovating? Well, probably still have low odds. Tribal casinos, one thing to remember is they can't be sold. So there's no kind of making things better for a short term while they make themselves attractive to a buyer. So that's off the table, as it were. If it's not available, then we have to look at other things. We have to figure it out without it. And there's plenty of states which don't provide anything near what Nevada provides. And for people in those states who are asking me about statistics, I'm like, there aren't any. And by there aren't any, I mean, there aren't any. So we have to figure things out with less information. Deb S., I am late coming in. Are you saying only do 5 pulls on any machine? That is a winning strategy. It's based on a business practice that we're taking advantage of, where the casino has set up a taste within the first few wins. And when you find a casino is doing that, then my suggestion is 5 wins, 5 bets. If you win on the second bet, stop then, move on to the next one. Once you find a casino doing this business practice on a slot machine in their building, in their casino, then every slot machine in that casino is set up that way, including the ones in the high limit room that are video poker. But if they're not doing it, then they're not doing it. We can't make them do it. We have to find what they're doing and then figure out how to turn that back on them. And I've done that for like 7 different things, like holidays and busy nights and, come back the next morning. There's an answer to the business practice, but it's up to them to have the business practice. And so many of them do that. And that's really a lot of what these are my winning slot strategies. I'm taking advantage of what the business practice is. Okay, so time's up. I want to wish everybody a very wonderful weekend, and I will be here a week from Saturday. I haven't figured out what the topic would be, but I'll come up with something. If you have a suggestion, email me or send me a comment or something on one of the Facebook groups, Facebook communities, or just, email me, whatever, and let me know. Otherwise, subscribe and, like and comment. These are all appreciated as I grow. I'm up to 250 subscribers. I think I was like 100 subscribers a month ago. On my way to 1,000. Woohoo! There's a goal for you. So everybody, have fun, be safe, make good choices. Bye. Hello, everybody. welcome. And I want to give a special shout out to the people listening on the podcast at a later time. You are at the live Q&A session on Saturday, January 25th. And today we'll be talking a little bit about the history of slot machines and why it matters. The reason that I wanted to talk about this was actually I wanted to talk about it last week, but last week we had some urgent questions from our audience and wanted to address those then because it seemed like the best time to do that. But a week ago Saturday was the second day, well, a week ago Friday, 1 week ago Friday, was the beginning of American Prohibition 100 years ago. 100 years ago, a week ago Friday, was the beginning of Prohibition. Why does this matter? This matters because it is also known that 12 years, 1920 to 1932, is for slots enthusiasts, is known as the golden age of slots. That's when slots exploded around the world, that they became popular. There was a few years before that. So I want to go into some of the history because it's commemorating the 100-year anniversary of the golden age of slots, also known as American Prohibition. So let's go ahead and get started. Welcome, everybody. I don't know where you are, but it's kind of a rainy, snowy day here in Ohio. And let's kind of get into a few things. I want to talk about the history of slot machines because, well, maybe you don't know. I did indeed, a week ago on Sunday, after our last live, the day after my last live session, I did indeed go to the casino, and I kind of studied the machines for you. I'm still working on an article. I got to turn those articles out faster. But I noticed some new technologies, and I was thinking over some emails that I'd gotten, people I was discussing some things with that they were seeing at the casinos, and things are continuing to advance with slot machine technology. And I'll go through the history, and we'll come to that. But there's some things that are popular. I have a couple articles on these things. They're in the notes in the description on the YouTube channel, if you'd care to take a look at those. Hello, Denise. Hello, Max. The sun just came out in Southern California. Does it ever hide? I've been to Southern California a couple of times, and the last time it rained heavily, and the shop that I was at called me over to the big door, and they're like, "Look," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's been raining for like 3 weeks in Ohio." They're like, "No, this never happens. It's a rare event." I'm like, "Okay, all right." Sunny Southern California. Glad the sun is out. Okay, so I do have a few articles that are in the description, and keep an eye on chat here. Yeah, okay. And let's see. Slots were invented about 145 years ago. There were some machines before that, but what makes a slot machine? Because before that, there were some machines, but they weren't slot machines. So a slot machine is, well, trying to make it straightforward here. It has a slot. Not only does it accept coins, well, the bare minimum is that it accepts coins. There was plenty of poker machines before that which didn't accept coins. And then you might say, well, there's also the whole dispenses coins, but I don't know that necessarily applies. Certainly, that was an interesting technical development, but we don't have coins now, and they're slot machines. So that is not essential. That was just one, the second step. No, that's not what I want. I want to move that over there. So I have this book, which was originally published. Make sure you can see this. Originally published in 1983. And it's been in four printings. And the author here, the fifth edition, is 97, so it came out 23 years ago. So it's a used book. You can find it on Amazon. Slot Machines, a Pictorial Guide of the First 100 Years, fifth edition, Marshall Fay. He's the grandson of Charles Fay, who is known as the father of slot machines. He invented something called the Liberty Bell. And let's see, it might be. So it really is. It talks about the history. There's a few things here, and there's other sources that I used for my articles. Where's a good early slot machine? This is a modern picture in a museum of one of the early slot machines. It's from 1900, and that slot machine has a wheel on it. Interestingly enough, it is not the first slot machine. The first slot machine was basically this one over on the other side. So I'll show you that. Okay. So the Liberty Bell was created by Charles Fay. It was coin operated, had a arm on the side, right? So a one-arm bandit is where that term came from for the arm on the side. And it also has a dispenser for coins. At the bottom. And this Liberty Bell was invented by Charles Fay in San Francisco in 1907, I think it was. There's some discrepancies about exactly when was it invented. So let's see. So just a little bit of description here. It was invented in 1887. All right. So for the one that I showed you, the Liberty Bell was 1887, but the one with the wheel on it was 1900, which was 13 years later. So a lot of development was going on. Some of the earlier machines just before that weren't invented by Charles Fay, but Charles Fay is known as the the father of slots for two reasons. The first is because he invented the coin operation part of accepting and dispensing coins. That technical feature. He was a mechanic in San Francisco, and he's known as the father of slots because he promoted it. So other people had the sale, but had a device and stories about stealing the design and stealing the machine to reverse engineering. It's all kind of fascinating, if not very well documented from that time. But he went ahead and invented this, and he promoted it. He went everywhere and got people to buy them. Now, unfortunately, there are very few Liberty Bells remaining, because it wasn't until 1913 that the great earthquake of San Francisco, for those of you in Southern California, might know about that, and the fires afterwards destroyed something like 3,000 of them. No, he'd only made 3,000 of them, and there was only like a handful left afterwards, after that natural disaster. So Charles Fay was a relevant figure in that. The one-armed bandit, the coin operation, the Liberty Bell. Some slot machines have a Liberty Bell these days. That's one of the original features. But there's also, the response from society. There's people who just were like, wow, it's better than it filled in a place for poker. The previous machines were kind of like poker games, and they really like this whole slot machine thing. And I think that's important because I believe we do too, right? So they found, it was found to be popular. However, there was an element of society that was going after alcohol. And, trying to reduce its use and production and sale. And that group of people also latched onto, social mores changed, and there became a fight towards limiting gambling. Now, this was, not to give too much of a spoiler alert, governments weren't really behind casinos like they are today, because no one had quite understood the ramifications to having income taxes from gambling revenue, which, of course, is huge. And governments hadn't quite figured that one out, hadn't realized it could be taxed, and hadn't set things up, and didn't realize the sheer amount of money that they would be making by supporting gambling. But people were against it, and similar people to alcohol. And so they forced laws, lobbied to have laws put in place, and the governments did so. And the slot machine manufacturers responded. And it is starting to sound like taking advantage of casino business practices and, some of the stuff that we talk about now. In any case, they got rid of the kind of the winning money part of slot machines. And you may have been a while since you've heard this statement, but slot machines are vending machines, right? There's a connection there. There's a kind of a remembrance of that term. Why is that? Because that's what they did. The slot machine manufacturers said, okay, if you've got a problem with us, you winning money, you winning cigars, you winning a drink at the bar, you winning something from the dispensing coins, fine. We'll dispense something else. We'll dispense gum. So these are still called, and gum is fruit flavored. So these are often still called fruit machines in other parts of the world, Great Britain in particular, and a one-armed bandit, I believe, pokey machines in Australia. And these terms come from those early days. So if you ever travel internationally and play slots, you might hear some of these terms, and this is where it's all from. So those of you who might have missed it, I'll hold this up again. Charles Fay. It's a bunch of photos of old-time slot machines, and up till the modern age, around 1970 or so. And I'll tell you an interesting story about that later. But so you get these early machines, and they had gum. And this was from about, 1887 was when it was invented. By 1900, it was kind of all over the place because of promotion, but not really all over the place yet. But they were becoming more and more available in bars and other places around the country. And then bowling alleys, places like that, parlors. And then it was social mores changed and it became more prohibited. So the slot manufacturers wanted to be successful, so they switched it over to dispensing gum, fruit-flavored gum. And so you get things like, tell me when you've heard this one, cherries. There's also other ones like plums and watermelon that we don't see as much today. And these fruit symbols are traditional slot machines. Also, the logo for one of these manufacturers was kind of like the Wrigley Spearmint gum, right? It's kind of like a long, what's the word I'm looking for here? Bar. Was the logo of one of the slot machine manufacturers, and they included a bar, stylized version of their logo, in the reels. And that's why we have bars in slot machines. 1, 2, 3. Let me check quickly to see how the slots go, how the chat's going. Hi, Carrie. Max. You had foggy morning. Okay, interesting. Hi. Max, I want to go to casino, but given the fact that it is Chinese New Year, not sure this would be a good day. I think it would be better, just to answer a few quick questions here. It's a special event. But does the casino recognize it as a special event? Then treat it like a special event, where I'd go like the next morning. Thanks, Max. I like the book. It's been useful. Catherine, Hi, Catherine. Carrie, we are going to the casino at 4 a.m. Sunday morning after the celebration. Hey, Carrie's been reading my stuff, maybe. I would check to see if the casino is actually doing anything on Chinese New Year. I mean, if they're ignoring it, I would hope that they wouldn't. But if they were ignoring it, that's the reason you're going, is because the previous day is a big day. Check the website, see if they've got something special going on. It might be a good time no matter what, but one of the things I've found is a lot of casinos will have as a good time after a special event or a holiday, and this being a holiday. So now you could go to any holiday after the morning after any holiday and see. Maybe not some minor holiday, but if any major holiday, and this is a major holiday for many people. That's what's necessary. You could go out after any one of those, and if the casino does have a winning payout for you, then that casino does that. Now, if you haven't done that before with that particular casino, then you don't know if that casino does that. There's a good chance. What do I think about wow, I don't even know how to address that question. Coronavirus. There's an article on CNN about it, about are you safe? I'd suggest looking that up. I'm not a medical professional. Okay, you guys talk amongst yourselves, okay? Yeah, Max, I would not be surprised if all Southern California casinos had big celebrations. I would certainly hope so, but that's what you're looking for to take advantage of. But getting back a little bit to the history here, let's see, what's another good point to make here? Keep an eye on those. Yeah. A friend of mine actually called me up and asked me if I was concerned about coronavirus because of all the traveling that I had done. So I researched it, and do whatever you do if it's flu season. Hand sanitizer, don't touch your face, don't touch your eyes. Okay. And that's during the worst of flu season. It's basically a type of flu. A mild type of flu, actually, according to what I read on CNN. Okay, moving forward, there's a couple of museums around. There's a Cyprus Casino Consultant, a Casino Observer, and an International Arcade Museum. I believe all those are in Nevada and Las Vegas, pretty sure. So the immediate improvements to slot machines, because I want to zoom this forward in a moment, but the immediate improvements to slot machines were the Liberty Bell was cast iron. So they replaced it with a wooden cabinet. Before, if you won a jackpot, then the machine had to be reset, which is funny how we came back to that for hand payouts. But it had to mechanically be set, so you couldn't do back-to-back jackpots. So that was a change. There was it's funny how right from the beginning, right, people were using fake coins. People were trying to use illegal methods to win at slot machines. And one thing was to use slugs, fake coins. And so the technology for the coin acceptor was developed further shortly after it came out to limit. It didn't make it zero. It had to be like a really good fake coin. But that reduced fraud. Then 1909, right, it was a few years, but 1909, laws began to be introduced prohibiting slot machines from dispensing cash. So they switched over to non-cash payouts, fruit-flavored gum. Prohibition, 1920, 1933. American Prohibition is the golden age of slots because once the speakeasies opened to offer alcohol, the slot manufacturers went back to offering cash prizes and not gum in these speakeasies. I don't know why we wouldn't just call these speakeasies not speakeasies, but casinos, right? So I wonder if they had card games too. I don't really know. But they did have slot machines, and it just, boom, all of them started getting more and more of them because that was part of what a speakeasy had. And that caused the slot machine manufacturing to go huge. And then it became very large in Europe as well. And hopefully we'll have another age of slots, golden age of slots someday, but that was when it really just was here to stay. So in 1931, I'm not going to go through this step by step. I have articles out there, but I think this is an interesting transition. Nevada legalized gaming in 1931. So this was even before American Prohibition ended in 1932, the year before. So we emerged from American Prohibition, and Nevada legalized gambling. And one of the first slot machines went into the Flamingo in the 1940s. So it had some problems with being cheated, so they had to really increase all that. So then you have World War II, and that was when governments got a clue and realized how much gaming revenue that casinos were making, and by golly, why don't they just tax that? And then other states who wanted, taxes to increase so they can fund government activities started thinking seriously about allowing gambling, and so they can get the tax revenue, and so that happened, and then it spread to Europe. And then you've got a slot machine a pinball machine manufacturer that you may have heard of called Bally's, and you've probably heard of the casino Bally's. So that was actually the powerhouse. 90% of the slot machines came from here. The former pinball manufacturer, still pinball manufacturer at the time, but they started making slot machines, and it was the only game in town. It was 90% of slot machines came from Bally's for 3-4 decades, and they took the mechanical device and made it electromechanical. They put speakers on it. They made multiple pay lines. They made multiple denominations. All these huge developments. They also had they patented the random number generator once they went electronic, and that's all part of the history. So one of the things, and who can forget having a microchip? Okay, this is when you start getting into video slot machines because now you have a microchip. Then you get a little bit after that, 1990s, you get Wi-Fi and internet. So now you've got ways to connect progressive slot machines and remotely control devices. They couldn't do that because it wasn't fast. They couldn't run 3,000 slot machines from a central computer because the central computer was, 356 Pentium, and you remember it wasn't capable of routing that much contact. Maybe a Cray supercomputer would, but it's millions of dollars, and they weren't going to pay for that, and it was all too experimental. So it wasn't until another 2012 that sort of thing happened, where you would have a central computer. So, and I'm going to kind of stay away from this topic because I want to get back to the questions. But what happened after microcomputers and the development of the internet to the point of being able to actually share enough information? Well, online slots by offshore companies, illegal offshore companies, and the governments, states, gaming jurisdictions, countries didn't have any protection, and neither did the players. And so that was a time when the casinos were very concerned. Land-based casinos, riverboats and all that became very concerned that online slots would take all their business. because people wouldn't have to travel from their home. So the government's put together some laws that would protect players, protect slot machine manufacturers, and that crisis sort of passed. And we're seeing, of course, online slots coming out a lot of late. And but when they first came out, that was something. All right, so that's kind of the technology development. There's more to all this. If you look in the description for this show, you'll see some links to my articles about fruit machines, where the bar comes from, and also my ultimate guide to slots history. One of the things I mentioned a few minutes ago was, again, this book. And the reason why, what I was going to mention before was I've had a few of you contact me and say, I inherited an antique slot machine, but I know nothing about it. And both times I found it in that book. And I was able to give them a date. I gave them the references for the book, where to contact next. One gentleman, it was a favorite toy of his toy. It was a favorite device of his father who had passed recently, and he was trying to evaluate it as a family heirloom. And another group, and that was quite an old one. Then there was another group, individual, a husband and wife, who contacted me and asked about it. And it was actually in the 1970s, some people started making slot machines that looked like the ones from 1909 deliberately. They were just reminiscent of that time, and had some pieces kind of put together that sort of looked like it, only it had, 1970 materials. So that was the second one. And so I'm glad to have helped out a few individuals who enjoy that sort of thing. Antiques. Max, I think I'll pick up where I left off with that. Yep, I answered Carrie's question, I think. Max, my grandmother had 2 old slot machines that I played as a kid, nickel and quarter machines. Yes, plums, lemons, cherries, other fruit. Yeah, it's the old kind of plums. It's really hard to get them at the grocery stores. It's the kind of plums my grandfather used to make, kind of long, narrow, instead of the big genetically enhanced plums. Let's see. Catherine, I'd be at Wenhover on Wednesday after Super Bowl. Not close enough. Charter, so I have no choice of days. Wednesday after Super Bowl. Maybe early in the morning. Other things to watch for. Again, does the casino have a big event for Super Bowl? They recognize it, but do they actually have people come in? That's the question. If they've got something where, they send out promotions. I don't know how you'd know this, but if they sent out promotions, then they're drawing people in, and that's a trigger for it being a special event. If they're choosing to wear colors, sports teams, but they haven't really made it a special event. It's got to be special. All right. Capital S, capital E, special events. And you need to decide whether or not they celebrate it, because what's happened, we're taking advantage. So just to be clear for those who are kind of new, I can't make you luckier. But what I can do is explain the business practices of casinos, several of them, 8 of them, 7, 8 of them, which I've figured out, where now that these casinos, many casinos, have a way to control their daily performance metrics with a central server, and not that it necessarily needs that. There's ways to look at the traffic flow and the choices of the business and take advantage. Like one of the most straightforward ones is the taste, right? A casino can set up their slot machines so that it gives out a win in the first few bets. First 5, first 10, depends, and first 15 minutes. My trip to the casino on Sunday that I told you guys I was going to make went great. my goodness. And, but it was definitely stopped. And I think it was on the hour. I have to watch my watch more closely, but I got there at 6, I played until 7, and at 7, switch. All right. I had my records, but it was, I have an article on Miami Valley Gaming, and which I wrote in March last year, I think it was, and I went and checked some of the suggestions I had and some of the afterthoughts that I had, and I went back to Miami Valley Gaming in Ohio, and I followed my own suggestions, shall we say. I hadn't at the time played new slot machines near the door, and this all relates to history, by the way. New slot machines by the door, and this other one that I learned of that and saw for myself was widely visible on the main corridor, like it's a statue on the end of a long hallway. It was just like visible, and that one I had some success with last March, and so I went back and brought $200 and sat down and played it, and from starting at 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. and I actually played until 8, but at 7, all the bonuses, the 7, 8 bonus rounds that I got, I was betting 60 cents. One of them was like $558 on a bonus round. It was just, it was called the gold. And every time I got in the bonus round and with 7 bars, gold bars that showed up on the display, and that opened the secondary game on the other screen. Stop me if this sounds familiar. Then you get a spin that would tell you how much a spin on a little video's display, and you get 3 spins for how many gold bars I'd won. That would tell me what would be the amount of every gold bar I'd get for 7 free games. All right. And I got, what was it? $43, the top one. I have records. I need to write all this up. It ended up being, because I think, that's right. Before I played the 7 games, I also got another 7 bars, which then added another round to the dollar amount of each gold bar for the next 7 games. And it ended up being $43 per gold bar. And I got like 8 of those in the 7 games. And so it ended up being just a fantastic run. But this is only one out of like 7 or 8 bonus rounds. And then at 7 o'clock, pretty much on the dot, no more bonus rounds for an hour. That's just statistically odd. That's when it changed. Now, I did get some wins. It wasn't dropped to 0, but the bonus round stopped. So, but it was all pretty interesting to play a penny machine. I hadn't done too much. That was the technology here that is kind of changing. This was maybe a 3-4-year-old a slot machine, and it's interesting to see how the prevalence of penny machines. I consider many of them to be high limit machines. You can make a $5-6 bet on a penny machine. Why is that not a high limit? It's out on the main floor. So I was making 60-cent bets, and had a good time. Then I went over to another machine, which is brand new. Hot Quicks, I think it was called. Again, I got all this in my notes. Hot Quicks Blitz. And never played such a modern slot machine. And very new. It even said new machine up on top right by the door. A whole carousel circle of them. And I sat down and I won and I won and I won. No hand pays on a penny machine. I still had I put $100 in the gold and $100 in this one, and I ended up winning $2,830 worth of reward points in 3 hours with $200. I got as high as about $800 at one point, but I was there to push up my tier level, and it took me to the next tier. Job well done. But what a wonderful experience. Great. Let's see. Questions. You saw a Facebook post in the group that says a casino can reset the machines if it's been idle for 2 minutes. Is this the case? Then no time, good time to play. Right. So the general concept here is that with a server-based system, is that not all casinos are server-based connection to slot machines. For instance, riverboat casinos. I mean, as I've tried to explain, if you're going to wire them up to a central server, if you're going to wire up slot machines in your casino to a central server, you have to tear up the floors. You need a place for all those cables, and it's not Wi-Fi. That's not going to work. You need to have cables. That means digging stuff up. And if you're in a riverboat, guess what? There's water down there. Can't modernize it. And the one I was in Harrah's, North Kansas City, they straight up told me, we can't. If you happen to play at a casino which has been modernized, heavily renovated since 2012, or is a new facility since 2012, it probably has a central server that remotely controls the slot machine odds, which means it can be changed when the casino wants to. Now, I'd heard a rumor myself a couple of years ago that it was 15 minutes, but that the machine had to be idle. And someone had said, it's based on Nevada gaming regulations. And I mean, why would, Nevada gaming regulations are excellent, and Indiana and Illinois and all the different states like to look at them and say, that's probably a good idea. We should do that. Because they're so carefully scrutinized in academia and the courts. Even the world uses the Nevada gaming, adapts the Nevada gaming regulation system, their places, as appropriate. And one of the things the rumor I'd heard 2 years ago was that it was 15 minutes. And I have since then looked at the gaming regulations for every state. Twice. Some up to Kentucky. I just did Kentucky, so Alabama through Kentucky as well. So 2 or 3 times I've gone through the gaming regulations, and there's no mention of it. So that's, you can trust the laws, right? So you as they're written. So you look at that, and it's like, there's no law. There's no law saying it's 15 minutes. That makes it a business practice. When does this happen? When do machines get changed? Now, I can totally see it being when it's idle. So for those of you, and so it's a business practice, right? And then there was something on Facebook. The gentleman seemed to say that it was a conversation he was having with an employee of a casino who shared that they saw it being idle for 2 minutes. But it's not every time the machine is idle for 2 minutes, okay? And having your player's card in the machine does not mean it's idle. It's got a player's card in it. So there is a small concern for those people who don't want to use a player's card. If they're not actively betting and just sitting there, 2 minutes as little as 2 minutes, as much as 15 minutes go by, the casino could take that opportunity to adjust the odds, not because they know who you are, but because they have daily performance metrics, and the crowd just came in and they're adjusting things as the day goes by, and they got a special event coming up, and they have all this is planned out weeks or months in advance of what they're going to do based on this event. It's not because you're sitting there. They don't know you from anybody. Besides which, I've looked at the technologies available from slot machine manufacturers and their annual reports, and they're not real time. So they might possibly, in the best case, know that you were sitting at that slot machine like 15, 20 minutes ago, but 2 minutes? No. They're just not going to be able to do that. So if you leave your card in, it's not idle if your card's in it. Now, on the other hand, what if you're on a losing machine? Pull your card out, wait 2 minutes, put the card back in and see if it's any better. Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit on the live chat and catch up where I left off. Okay, I see the note from Max. Arrow Direct Fong, nice to see you here. Richard, Wise Virgin, are you or did you start slotting again on the regular? Yes, and since Richard happens to be in Ohio, I will tell him and the rest of you that I chose this last time to be going to Miami Valley Gaming because I had gone there before and there was still some things I wanted to try. But on the regular, I can't go every week. It's not the money; it's because I'm here for you, and I'm looking at every 2 weeks. Yeah, every other Sunday. Now, this next one, I have a trip coming up for Pennsylvania. And when I last went there, I wrote my article on the rivers in Pittsburgh. But I didn't go to Meadowlands, which is not too far away from there. And I'm thinking that that's the casino I'll go to. Because my dilemma is, am I doing this for you? Or am I doing this for me? Because I found a local casino where I can make money on one slot machine. Why would I ever go anywhere else? So that I might find a slot machine that I could win at when I already have one here. So I am going to continue to go to other casinos, learn from them, share that here. Every 2 weeks. But I've got 2 articles sort of pocketed. Harrah's North Kansas City, follow up to Miami Valley Gaming. And I got to write that stuff down because it's, if I can talk about it a little bit here, but you need the article. And I don't go into a casino. I don't record in a casino, and I don't publish. I don't have an agreement with a casino. Even if I did, that's hobbyists. Honestly, there's a long-term problems with copyright infringement where my business could be shut down years from now if I focused on that. And there's enough people out there doing that for you. I will explain how to win, not show you my winning. Because you don't really know if there's edit points. I mean, if you can watch for edit points, and if you take out 2 hours of losing, so you can show, 20 minutes of winning, how helpful is that? So my what I'm offering is unique, how to win. And if you want to watch somebody play a slot machine, there's plenty of channels for that. But I need to write articles. So 1 week, go to a casino. Next week, publish the article. Next week, every 2 weeks, go into the casino, and on the off weeks, write the article, as well as do all this. Let's see. Oh, sure. I would be happy to tell you what game I'm playing, but please understand, the game doesn't matter. You can have a row of slot machines all with the same game, and one of them is set to win and one of them set to lose. It was called the Gold. I think I might have put a picture in it in my article about Miami Valley Gaming. You can go to my website and search for it, or I can pull it up now. It's central area. There's 3 machines, and you want the one that's visible from down the long, I don't know what you want to call it. It's like a huge hallway right from the entrance. The Gold. The other one is, and there's more detail in like who makes it and stuff. The other one was, it's a Hot Quicks. Let me, I've got this written down in my notes. Let's see. It's a penny machine called the Gold. I played the one that was kind of facing away from the long aisle and spent like $50 and $40, and $60 went into the second one that had its my back to the long hallway, but the machine itself was facing the long hallway, and everybody watched me win. So yeah, the bonus round, and then quick hit blitz, also a penny machine. And overall, 2,830 points for the $200 that I brought in over a 2-hour basis. Each point was worth $1. Yeah, I'll be happy to tell you which one I played. But if you ask me which game theme, the gold and quick hit blitz, but you need to know which of them on each of those carousels. I found all three. I didn't get a chance to play the third one. I played 2 of the 3 on the quick hits blitz. The one that I couldn't get to was the guy who was winning hand base. And so he wasn't giving that up, which is also the right thing to do. I hope that answers the question clearly enough. I don't, people say, what's your favorite slot machine? I'm like, the one I'm winning on. I don't have I kind of like the Wheel of Fortune, but the reason why was because it was back when I was winning my 90 jackpots in 9 days. That was the one that was facing the door entry into the high limit room, and you could see it from a distance, and that's why I was a winner. But I do have a certain fondness, but it was because it was a winner. Okay. Greener Pastures. I was at a bank of machines, and we all hit free games within a couple of minutes of each other at 8 p.m. Couldn't hit anything before 8 p.m. Yeah. See, what I'm trying to offer is see if your casino does these things. Okay. Back before, it was kind of crazy to even think that it might be possible. But now that we're all talking, particularly on the slots communities on Facebook and here, people are like, yeah, I saw that too. I thought that was just me, because so many people think it's luck, because it was luck, but not anymore. The luck's still there, but now we have business practices and casinos are able to implement them. And then we have things that we can do in response if we spot those. Let's see. Mountaineer in West Virginia stops hitting at 10 p.m. on Saturday nights. I should start writing some of this stuff down. Keep a book of tips for each state. Yeah, I don't tell Max, I've gone over this, but I don't usually talk about the game I'm playing because it doesn't matter. It's placement. It's casino practices. That's where you got to think this through a different way than we've done this for a while. Somebody told me the other day that I really look at things differently because it works. Greener Pastures. My local casino is having a special day for previous jackpot winners in 2019. It is a good idea to go. Okay, there's 2 reasons why you might want to go. One is it a good promotion that you might win at? The second one is, while I'm there, maybe I should go play slot machines. Okay. The first one, yes. Second one, no. Okay. The first one, if you read the rules and you say, I think I got a chance, then go for it. That's an advantage play. If you can find one, if you can read it and look at it and understand it and say, well, of all the people who win a lot of jackpots, I win particularly more. And I've seen people go, winners go to these events, these high limit events, and just clean up because they had more entries than anybody else, or, there's some aspect of that. And people would say, well, of course he won. I'm like, yeah, because he wins. He had more entries. That's how I won a car. I had, 275, something like that, entries to win the car. And most other people had what? 2? I had 100 more opportunities. The odds were 100x better for me. And by golly, I did it. Didn't know I had to spin the wheel though. Jeez. But it turns out I'm good at spinning wheels. Right. So, Greener Pastures. Yeah. I would decide, Greener Pastures, if they want you there at a particular time, I'm suspicious. That's why I don't like to gamble then. I have won. They're not precisely in control of everything. I've won big jackpots during special events. But it just wasn't wise of me to have done that, to have played. But the promotion might be something. Take a look at the rules and see if you got a chance. That's my thoughts on that. Jingwalk. Nice to meet you, Jingwalk. I haven't seen you before here. John, would you discourage players from going to the casino on the big promotion grand prize days? How about during the next day? Would this be better? We've kind of talked about this before. There's a business practice where, how do I put this? I've explained this before. If you're a big casino, you have requirements, whether they're internal business requirements or some states have gaming laws that say your return on your payout, your theoretical payout must be this. Your actual return statistics must show that you achieved this on average over whatever period the state gaming regulations require. So when you have a big night at casino, we're talking a lot of money, okay? And you could be off, and the casino could be off on how much they give back. It's not easy getting it right, but there is an easy way to do it when it's this hard to do it. The casinos don't give back enough. Then they're assured that they will meet the gaming requirements because the next morning, after hours of calculation of all the things that were happening, when it was so busy at the casino 6 hours before, people working hard to capture what happened, they go, oh, we achieved our goal. We did not give it back. We did not give back enough. But that's safe because let's say they did give back too much. Then they're going to have to pull, lower the odds and take money from locals for the next week when there's only a few people there until the next busy Friday night. And that's just going to cause them to be hated over that long of a period. So they don't give back enough. The next morning, they balance the books by giving back a couple of jackpots. That's why you want to go the next morning, especially after a special event or holiday. That's been almost the theme of this live Q&A besides the history. But really, Jingwalk, I would encourage them to consider whether or not the promotion is a winner, if there's an advantage play, because that's possible. Yeah. And ask questions of the host about it. That's what happened to me. That's how I won a car. I listened to my host and I was like, really? That many entries? Really? Really? I'll be there. And because I had like a small chance, and which is much better. Hi, Lois and Dave. Welcome back. How was the barbecue? Jingwalk, this is Chris from Minnesota. Just joined. You okay? Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you joining. Let's see. You can always review back a little bit if you care to. Check the comments for other things. What else? What other questions do you have? I kind of covered the history as much as I wanted to. That was the major theme on this. I tried to have a topic, and then we kind of go from the questions after that, and that usually gets us a pretty fun hour. As I go through, I have statistics. I have statistics, and I love statistics, not just for winning at slot machines, but looking at the results of the shows, average watch time, 21 minutes. This is the longest one. Concurrent viewers, 13. There was something that happened at, I peaked at 15 viewers about 20 minutes ago. I have to go back and see what I said. That either caused them to show up or go away. So I'm learning how well these videos are being, live Q&As are being received, and I'm trying to improve. You will see improvement. Some of you I know have been following my podcast from the beginning, and if you listen to episode number 1, oh my goodness, so many improvements since then, and that's going to happen. I'm putting out, and I'm hoping to keep up with the schedule, but last week on Tuesday and then on Thursday, and then the week before on Tuesday and then on Thursday, I've been putting out videos. And it's interesting to see how astonishingly well one is doing and how poorly another is doing. And I'm learning a lot more about what you guys want from me. So if you have suggestions on what you care to have, please do let me know. We're getting in the last few minutes here, and I do wish to be successful on my end. If you could please subscribe to the channel, that would be awesome. It isn't really necessary past a certain point. I need to get to 1,000 email subscribers so that I can start activating some of the features in YouTube that will allow me to help you more and help me a little. So I'm hoping to get to 1,000. I also need watch time, but that's really my responsibility to make better and better videos so I can build up watch time. So if you could subscribe, that would be awesome. Thanks, Chris. Let's see. Another one from Chris. Got a lot of questions, but joined your chat too late in the hour. We'll perhaps catch up with questions at a later chat. Yeah, that would be good. A lot of people are asking for, answers to questions, and the questions can be, similar for people. And this is a great opportunity during a Q&A to answer one question for many people. So, there is no bad question, so ask. Yes, this live stream can be replayed. In fact, you can do it right now if you care to, but I'm still talking. This will be available for about a month, maybe two, before I take it down. But then it's also going to be permanently in my YouTube episode as one part of the one I'm going to release tomorrow night at 7. Yes. The link is live, but there's reasons to not make it live. I figure I'll keep it live for about a month. The reason why I'm being careful here is I'm giving away the whole show. Okay, I am. Catherine says good info. I am telling you the answers. Okay, and if I leave this up for more than a month, people will go back to that and not say buy the book or do something else that I might get paid for. So I am sharing everything that I know. But you have to come and see, and you get what you get. And I try to do a good job at this. But just leaving it up here for people. Question whether that's a good business practice. Talk about business practices. I wouldn't want people to take advantage of my business practices, not when, I'm trying to guide things a little bit. And this year is going to be a year of monetization, but I'm only going to be trying to do things that help you, and avoid shooting myself in the foot. So, yes, next time will be again next Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. This remains available to be viewed, and I'm not taking it down immediately, and we'll see how things go. We got more videos that I want to bring out on Tuesday and Thursday, but I'm going to go run and do that, get that together, and try to get in. What's been great about this year so far is the constant rhythm. I think people know when to show up, and that works well. So I don't mean to go on about the business. We talk about the business practices of casinos and taking advantage, but I also perhaps too often talk about the business practices of myself and how I am trying to grow and respond to the needs of you guys. Thank you, Greener Pastures. I'm getting some positive responses, but it was, as I was saying a moment ago, you should have seen my first few podcast episodes. Oh my goodness. I will continue to improve because I know I will. That's who I am. That's what I do is improve and improve and improve and improve and improve. So you will see small adjustments and hopefully no missteps in the coming months and years. Be interesting once get over 1,000 email subscribers. some features open up on YouTube, and then at 10,000 more open up. And as the crowds increase, like, for instance, apparently, and I wanted to do this while I was live, to indulge me for a moment, apparently there is a way to kick somebody off. And because I am told that, I don't know how to do that, because we had one guy tumble in at one point, tumble in a couple of weeks ago and like, so what's going on here? And I was just like, yeah, I've had random people walk into my classroom before and go, take a nap or something. How weird was that? Want to be able to understand the controls here, but I'm getting better, as you noticed, started on time and more confidence in the technology. Awesome. You guys have a great day. I will talk to you later. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Bye. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody who's currently on the live stream, as well as those that will watch later, as well as those that will listen only later on the podcast, because I'll turn this into part of a podcast that should come out 7 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, Sunday. And if you care to listen again while you're driving, perhaps. It's harder to watch video when you're driving. But welcome to everybody. Today is my 12th. 12th Q&A, live Q&A, and Dana says, I have a beautiful wall. Do you mean the wall behind me? Because it cost far more. It cost far more than the actual home did. So the top row of photos behind me are graduate degrees. The center one is a doctorate in aerospace engineering. The next below that are master's degrees or bachelor's degrees. And the ones below that are associate's degrees, because what the heck? It's not like it's hard. Thank you, Dana. But getting back to what I wanted to talk about today, people have an interest in winning slot strategies. Just to kind of introduce this to the people who don't know, there have been casino business practices since slot machines were started. 1888, but really took off with American Prohibition in 1920, because they went into the speakeasies and it just became the golden age of slots. I talked about that last week. But when we started having casinos, I don't want to call it speakeasies casinos necessarily, but when we started having electromechanical devices from Bally's, who the pinball maker, back in the 70s, there began to be ways that you can cheat. I'm sure there was before, but there was ways that you can cheat right up into the modern era. And it still exists in some places, but what the casino would do is, what I offer isn't about making you lucky. It's about looking at what casinos are doing and turning it on its head. You might call it advantage plays, is a term that does apply for slots. And if you want to take advantage of what the casino is doing, and one of those casinos is take a slot machine that's seen from a great distance. Those of you who've been here for a while know this. Those that can be seen from a great distance can in the casino or near a busy area are often ones that the casino itself chooses to have higher odds of winning. So people will win there and be seen to win there, and people get a good feeling about being in the casino and run to another slot machine and lose their money. So win-win for some people. But I say look for that one. And that's always been the case. They don't do it. Casinos don't do it all the time because it is on a budget, but they would choose to turn those odds up sometimes. And that's always been true since the 70s. But then they made things automated. There was a second winning strategy that I hardly ever talk about because it no longer really exists except at the older style casinos. I put it in my book. If you pick a slot machine which has multipliers, or a second round, perhaps a spin, like on a Wheel of Fortune spin, you can win the spin. Slot manufacturers had a hard time controlling the odds on the unusual aspects of that machine. You would win the appropriate number of times according to the settings, but they'd be multiplied. And when they're multiplied, you'd win more than you, and the slot manufacturers just couldn't quite control slot machines well enough in the 70s and 80s in order to be able to make that more accurate. With the newer slot machines in the newer casinos, that became something that went away. There are plenty of older style casinos out there. You would think that they would all be modernized with a central computer, cables. It allows daily performance metrics. You can reduce their workforce that has to go out there and change the odds, so often. And they're, that's a huge savings and a huge advantage, both for a casino to do that. Why wouldn't they do that when it came out 8 years ago? When the technology started coming out 8 years ago, why wouldn't they? The reason why they wouldn't do this is they can't. Missouri, Illinois, Indiana are mostly riverboat casinos. You can't put bundles of wires under the floor. That's the hull of a boat. It's water down there. I should say a barge, technically a moored barge. And it might not be much water down there. It might be just a muddy basin. But nevertheless, there's no under the floor. Under the floor is water. So they can't upgrade, except some of the gaming regulations. The gaming regulations are being improved. And for instance, Illinois, that's going to be something. Honestly, that is going to be the Las Vegas of the Midwest is what they're looking at. This is just early indications. They've made some changes in the gaming regulations. We should see them soon, but buildings take time to build. And so Hard Rock is coming into Rockford, which is almost a suburb of Chicago. 6 casinos are going to go in downtown Chicago. And then you've got all the riverboats no longer having to be riverboats and no longer limited to 1,200 slots at a facility. So, big boom. I'm going to check through the chat messages. In a moment. And this is kind of what I talk about. This is the winning advantages with these newer style games. I have some things that work in the older style casinos, but more and more we're having modern casinos. And casino owners are doing things, I call it tinkering. They're tinkering with the system. And that means that the morning has different odds from the afternoon, which has different odds from the evenings. And our job becomes which one is better odds. And we just start figuring this stuff out. There's others. And today I'll talk about 2 specific ones. Let me check through the chat to see if there's anything urgent for now. Larry, I'm glad it's not too late. 7 p.m. Excellent. Let's see. Denise, Fort Worth, Texas. Excellent. Let's see. Robert. Hi, Robert. Good to see you. Is it so simple that they simply turn the odds up on one machine at any time they want? Yes. It's on a budget and they have a purpose. It's important to understand why, because if you understand why they do it, then you can understand when they do it, or maybe even which machine. Like, for instance, if they have a big promotion where everybody's going to be there at the casino because they invited them, they're not doing it that day. Right? They've already got another method where they're getting people there. So you can not waste money on those days. Also, if they have turned the odds up, they're turned up. Okay? That means you should seriously consider taking somebody with you. I talk about this in my book. You should seriously consider taking somebody with you to the casino because you don't want to give up that machine. Once it's on, it's on. Stay. Don't go to lunch. Don't take a restroom break. Stay, because you could lose it, and you're winning. Also, a little bit more complicated of a discussion is if you take your player's card out and a machine is idle. Both those things have to happen. The earliest information I had was if it's been idle for 15 minutes, the odds could be changed remotely. But no slot technician is going to come along and open the door and change the odds like they do on older style casinos. But lately I've heard it's 2 minutes. So basically, don't take your card out if you've got a winning machine. That means no rest breaks, no going for food. It's almost like one of those poker tournaments, right? 12 hours being awake, focused, like that. If you have questions about it, do let me know. Catherine, hello. Philly T, welcome. Hello. Excellent. So, right. What I wanted to talk to you about today, and let me see if I can quickly check excellent feeds. Okay, so I think I'm looking not too bad. So I'm going to, those of you who've been a regular viewers coming to the Q&A session, you'll know that sometimes I try technology and it doesn't work well. But I will try it, and I keep trying it. So I'm going to push a button here, and I'm going to show you my other screen. So I should disappear, and there's like a 15-second lag, maybe. There's definitely a 15-second lag, but I'm not sure if it's synced up with chat messages. Anyway, I don't mean to get all geeked out here. But the screen that you should be seeing shortly will be of my other monitor, and I have two articles from my website showing. Two different windows are open, and the first one is called Winning Strategy 4, and the second one is called Winning Strategy 5. The Winning Strategy 4 is called Winning Strategy 4 is called Special Events Winning Advantages, and Winning Strategy 5 is something similar, which is Reliable Holiday Patterns. I've got 7, 8, depending on how you count them. I stopped numbering them after a while, of these winning slots advantages. And going back to what I said a few moments ago, or at least pointing back to that, this isn't something that's on you to make happen. You are checking to see if the casino is doing this, and then you take advantage. So the casino may not do this, but the modern ones seem to be enjoying to tinker. And we've been having some holidays lately, and we have more coming up. Although you might say that's the difference between a holiday. 2 weekends ago was Chinese New Year, and that's a holiday. And then tomorrow is Super Bowl, which is a special event. So we'll talk about what that means as far as winning. But I wanted to kind of go over these as a reference for you guys in case you hadn't looked into the details of this. They're very relatable, but there are important enough differences that I wanted to write two separate articles on this. Also, by the way, the image on your right, the smaller window, that is what my webpage will look like on a smart device, on a phone, on a iPad, on a what's the Android version, the book, or right, I forget the name of that. I'm a mostly Apple person, but there's right here is a little menu which expands into all this other stuff. Which I think people miss that one button on the iPhone. So if you go to ProfessorSlots.com. On your iPhone, you'll see something like this. But if you press that menu button right there, this red area opens up. And some of these are actually categories. So under articles, if you were to click the little arrow over on the side, you would find categories of articles about casinos, about learning. This would be like history stuff, reviews, where I go to casinos and figure out what's going on there and write it up. Then there's all these strategies I was telling you about. And then I've been building more and more articles about tribal gaming. So in case you have gone to my website on an iPad, iPhone, Android device, you may have missed this little menu button, in which case you're missing a lot. Also, if you care to subscribe to my email list, I will give you a one-page PDF with my, if you were to click this, maybe I can do that. Try that. Right, you would come here, and any of these green buttons that say get my free report, you would get my top 7 online resources for improving your gambling performance, including the one I've used as a top-tier slot machine gambler. You'll get that immediately, and then you'll be able to connect to me with emails and all that. So far, over 2,100 people have chosen to take this report. And no complaints so far, which is great. Now, when we talk about special events, this is, so I won't feed you this. But on the right side is what it looks like. And on the right side is what it looks like on a computer. So all this sort of opens up. You've got something called a sidebar with just, I put a few things there. I'll just scroll down slightly so you can see some of this links to book, some of my recommendations, YouTube channel, all the different places you can listen to my podcast. I have a podcast. And so, but if you were to go over to the special events, and this is how it looks on an iPhone, you actually have to go all the way to the bottom, and all that stuff's on the side on a computer is actually down at the bottom on a smart device. All right. Okay. So that's what I wanted to show you there. Let me put myself back on the screen if I can do that. Every time I get a little better. Hello again. Right. So, if I were to, tomorrow is Super Bowl Sunday, and tomorrow is not a good time to go to the casino because they know you're going to be there, right? It's a big event. They probably got stuff planned, and they're 100% on top of that. And you don't want to necessarily be at a casino when they're 100% on top of it. It's a great crowd. It's a lot of fun, but it's not necessarily good for slots. They expect a lot of people, and they have a problem. They have a financial problem. They have a financial reporting problem. I mean, we have. I hope we have. I have. I hope you have gaming records, right? Your record keeping for your gaming. Some of this is going to. I'm going to talk a little bit why you need some of that. It's not just for tax preparation. Of course, that's coming up. Start your gambling record keeping. I have a episode 2-3 ago on the live Q&As. Start now for next year, for your taxes next year, because you can write down what happens at these special events in that. It's not needed for tax preparation purposes, but it does help you keep a record of, well, next time I won't go because it was that bad, or next time I will go, don't forget to go because it's so great. You need to find out what your casino is doing and remember next year. Or you can just guess, but and maybe you even have your records from last year, and you can decide whether you go this year. So there's special events. There's all kinds of them. There's the ones we all know of, holidays. There's the ones we may know, Derby Day. It was a shock to me. There's this thing called Derby Day. All right. It's during the, Kentucky Derby, and everybody just crowds over to the casino wearing these most awesome hats, having this terrible tasting Jubilee drink. And the casino's just packed. I mean, that's the one day there will be no parking spot left. All right. People parking on the side of the road. But it's a fantastic experience, except you wouldn't really want to play slot machines then, but it's a fantastic experience. So watch out for that. It's a special event. And what I'll talk about here is what are they, and why are they special, and when do they occur? So some of this I know the answer because some of these events are national, but some of these events are also local, right? Derby Day. Chinese New Year, that kind of moves around a little bit based on the moon. You need to find out when some of these things are. Some years they're every day, every same time. But sometimes they move around. And what are the special events that take place at your casino? Because there's going to be somewhere, it's the end of the month and they've been promoting all month, having the drawing of the car on the 31st of whatever. Like yesterday was a Friday, the 31st. And maybe the whole month they were trying to build up the excitement to get people to come out for the big drawing that everybody's been trying to get entries into for all of January. It could have been at one of your casinos, not at others. You have to find out what's being done locally. But we can talk about other stuff. Quickly checking the chat. Let's see, back to Gacha, Woof UWU. Do you watch Game Shakers? Oof. Thank you. I like my glasses too. I'm not sure what you mean by game shakers. Some of there are some terms people have been using. I have to research later to understand what you mean. Game shakers. What might you mean by that? I don't know. Is that a YouTube channel? Is that a technique? I don't understand that term. Let's see. Jingwalk. John, have you had success? If you want, gotcha. If you want to make a comment on exactly what you mean by game shakers, just don't understand that term. Right. So, Jingwalk. John, have you had success playing reduced lines on machines that give that option? Actually, yes. I was up at, what is it? Not Hard Rock. Jack, Cleveland. And I went into high limit room, and I was looking around, and just trying to assess things, see things how were going. It was very busy. It was very nice. I got a positive assessment. I never wrote it up because I was just trying to see what it was like there. Actually, I was there with my internet lawyer, who did great work, and I paid him, and then he said, let's go have dinner at the casino and you could show me around. But we went into the high limit room, and there was a gentleman there saying, I love to play one bet on 5 credit maximum machines on high limit machines. So he doesn't have to pay taxes. He gets the full $1,000. I mean, there's a possibility he might go over $1,200, so it's taxable because the highest jackpot on a high limit machine might cross over that. But if he got the second highest, he wouldn't. He knows that because he's playing a machine where one bet doesn't win that much. And he's also paying less. This was about 3 years ago. And, you know, if that isn't the most common thing in the world these days, you know, what's a $6 bet on a penny machine? Right? You know, you're paying, you know, you're making a high limit bet on a penny machine. And it's what on a high limit machine would be one line, one credit. And so what you're talking about is pretty common. Example, a machine might be 30 lines max, and you could play 15 at a higher bet per line as a value bet. Absolutely. I have whole discussions on that. One of the things is there's no pressure. There's no pressure on how much your bankroll is. There's no pressure on how much you want to make, you know, the dollar value of your bet. If you've got 20 bucks, you can make it last hours by choosing the right number of credits in the right denomination to get you 100 or 120 bets. Right? It's just math. If you have the bankroll to play a high limit machine, and I spent a lot of time playing high limit machines, you don't have to. I mean, it really does depend on your goals. So I got a couple of articles on that topic. Wise version. If you hit the service button for a casino employee to watch your game for 10 minutes or more, depending on business, I noticed that they will remove my card and insert his. Possibly flags the network percentage. Maybe. That's not what... there's more than one way to lock the machine. You could have the slot attendant stand there and wait for you to come back. That's not very efficient. I have to wonder how many casinos actually do that. Because what I've seen at Horseshoe, so any Caesars entertainment property would be doing this, was they would put their card in, they would punch a few numbers, and then your card would get slid in, and your card would be taken out, and the machine is locked. And the only way to unlock it is 2 ways to unlock it. One is you put your player card back in. So there's no player card in it for 10 minutes. Then, or I think they give you like 15 minutes. It might be 10, but I think it's 15 minutes. If you're not back by 15 minutes, then it automatically clears. It's just something that people don't use very often. Now, will it or will it not change the winning percentage? Because, you know, is it idle or is there a player's card in it? You know, there's no way to know without trying. And you'd have to try it a lot. And that's not terribly practical for me to take a lot of breaks and have a machine locked a lot. Might ruin my rep at a casino. So it's hard to say. That's a good question. There's a lot of things that can cause the odds to change, like they change paper or your card's out. You win a taxable jackpot and it's not your not your card in there. Sometimes it's coming back and forth, but the rule seems to be 2 minutes. So I'm not too concerned about, paper changing and service, because if you keep your card in, right up until the slot mechanic comes along and you get back, and if it is no 2 minutes, then you're going to be fine. But whether it's 15 minutes while it's locked, that's very difficult to say. Have to actually check it. Why is Richard like to say never remove your card during winning sessions, even if you have to pee? Don't pee. I'm not going to sit in your chair if you do that. Or get more cash. Yeah. I mean, you can. One of the things that I advise in my chapter on thriving in the casino environment is there's lots of great reasons to take somebody with you, but somebody you trust. Catherine, does it make a difference if you keep playing a winning machine with your card in, but cash out your ticket in, ticket out, and insert a new bill? I've never seen anything like that. It really is, a related question would be, let's say I'm not using my player's card, but I've got money in the machine. Does it count when the money is in the machine? My card never is in the machine. I'm pretty sure it has to be idle. So I think that means that I think the casinos interpret that to mean no money in the machine. Now, if it's 20 cents, I'm not sure. These are all things that you need to test. But I suggest using your card unless you're doing historic horse racing machines in Kentucky, or you have pretty solid evidence that it's not that it's hurting you. Or the rewards club doesn't have anything that you might want. But, free food, most anybody would want. Anyway, if you choose to use a player's card, then you're most safe from the player percentages being changed with or without cash. If you put more cash, if you take the cash out, you just have to have one or the other in. Larry, when you say taxable jackpot, in the UK, we don't have to pay tax on gaming profits. That is also true in the United States, in some states. So we have the federal, which is optional. We have gambling taxes. It's optional at the time of the win. Then there's state, which Nevada doesn't have any, but others have different amounts, and some say, well, you have to live in the state. So there's all different kinds of rules. That's why I have 56 articles on every U.S. state, territory, and our federal district, and I'm coming to you, UK, at some point to check out yours. I've already started digging into Canadian provinces and their gaming regulations, but I need to continue expanding. For instance, Philippines is the hotbed for slots right now in the world. All these new casinos coming in, and nobody knows anything in that society much about slot machines. So there's all big mysteries. But I need to expand my gaming regulations knowledge base outside of just the U.S. And I've been digging into California, and I'll haven't put an order on which gaming regulations I'll start on. But coming for you, UK. Jingwalk, if I'm playing at 3 cents and I cash out the machine will sit for a time at 3 cents, then it will reset to 1 cent. Oh, that okay. I think I went looking through every gaming regulations that I could find, all the states in the United States. And I went looking through the regulations, and I could not find this rule somebody told me that was in the regulations about 15 minutes having to be idle before they can change the odds. But I started having problems with that almost immediately. 15 minutes? When is a slot machine on a busy night ever idle for 15 minutes? 2 minutes, maybe. Not 15 minutes. And so I started having problems with this rumor. And I got been having some conversations and some insights from people who say they have insights, and it's starting to make a little bit more sense, which is it's a lot less time than that. If it's a lot less time, then what time is it? So I know that it probably isn't more than 15 minutes, but I have fairly good understanding from the contacts that I've been making that it could easily be 2 minutes. So that not only tells me it could be 2 minutes, but it also tells me it's variable by casino. So if you have an idea that your casino, you may find out how many minutes it is at your casino. There's no gaming regulation forcing it to be a particular number. It's just casino by casino business practice. That's true for all my gaming strategies. What does your casino do? You can determine whether it's a new casino or an old casino, so you can start ruling out what's possible for them to implement. But keep your eyes out. Another thing I will say, I have said, is I'm not trying to feed you fish. I'm trying to teach you to fish. Okay? So take it under advisement. Try to figure out what the time is on yours, or at least don't ignore it if it comes across you. So was there any more to your question? No. Larry, when I was there last year, one of our group won $67,000 within 15 minutes of us arriving. He had to spend about 2 hours filling out forms. Well worth it. If you're talking, okay, so the reason why he spent 2 hours filling out forms is, I can guess, it was a progressive jackpot. I've won $27,000. Just push a button, there it is. It took little more than the usual amount of time. Anything over $10,000 in the United States, it can't be the usual process. And I've written all this process down in articles on my website about what happens when you win a jackpot, both behind, what does a slot attendant do? What does you do? What's the different responsibilities? What does the machine do? It locks up, So I've documented all that. It's in the book or it's in articles on my website, all free. Not the book, but book's pretty cheap. But when you go over $10,000, the jackpot is one hit, one jackpot over $10,000. It can't be processed by one slot attendant who then calls over another slot attendant to check the work, to check the paperwork. The second person has to be the floor manager. People wearing the suits, and they have to come over, and that gets heard. I saw, mine was processed at 4:30 in the morning, and by a slot attendant and a floor manager. And then I went in my usual time in the other evening, not this person's shift, and there was another floor manager, and I said hello, because I try to say hello to everybody who might give me insights. And he said, "Oh, I remember you. I remember your paperwork when it came through." So there's a lot of scrutiny that goes on, but it doesn't take 2 hours. It takes the usual amount of time, which can be as long as 20 minutes. Because it's 2 hours, I would say, well, what could it be? Maybe it was not a U.S. citizen? No, the only thing I can think of is it was progressive jackpot, because when you have a network of progressive jackpots, they have to actually call the other casino that's involved if it's a networked progressive jackpot, and then they all have to meet at whatever time in the evening it is. And I've heard 8 hours. I've heard people having to wait 8 hours, but that might have been like $1 million progressive jackpot. So yeah, $67,000, wait 2 hours. It's not comfortable. It's not. Every square foot at a casino is making money if it has a slot machine on it. If it doesn't have a slot machine on it, what the heck? Why wouldn't it have one? So when you go into the back areas of casinos, they're tiny. So that person, I suspect, if they, let him walk about, that's one thing. But if they took him into a room, it was probably a hard chair in a corner in a brick-walled sort of room. It's a tough place to be for 2 hours. Okay. Now, UK and Canada make nice. Canada says, Catherine says that Canada has no taxes either. But in the U.S., you can get them back if you do good record keeping, particularly if you spend it all later. And that's something of the point. So it's all different ways. This is the sort of thing that's going to slow me down a little bit, going to other countries, is understanding the tax law in other countries. But yeah, right. Thank you, Catherine. Yes, Ontario, Canada. Let's see. So Wise Version mentioned there's TITO, the trigger in, trigger out is called retrigger, written in another author's book. Right. I talked to Eric Rosenthal. We had Gamblepalooza at Foxwoods, April, less than 2 years ago. He knows somebody in higher up. He has a contact higher up in the slot manufacturing world. And he was the only person at that table who actually understood some of the stuff that I'd figured out. But he knew it because a slot manufacturer executive told him, or he had asked, and they had discussions about it. The machine is cleared in at least one sense of the word when you get your cash out, when you push the cash out button, use the ticket in, ticket out device to have a voucher. It's not really a voucher, a ticket. The machine does have a clearing process, whether or not the player's card is removed. It's not prominent. It's not a way to win. I didn't write it up as a winning strategy because it kind of isn't. But if the casino has a winning strategy of offering a taste in the first few bets, that's one way to trigger that taste. But there's more than one way to, more than one things you want to do, because if you take any new person sitting down, activates, we want to give this person a taste. We don't necessarily want to give somebody a taste when they spent all their money and they put another 20 in. Because, what's the odds of that being the same player? We don't want to give the same player two tastes, that initial win to get them going and spend all the money they brought too, as well as that. So yes, you can take it out and take it in. I've done a lot of that. I never saw much of a change. It never stood out as being a winning thing to do. There is something going on. It does help a little bit, but I found better things to work on. And it has a problem. Pretty serious problem. You can use all the paper in the machine. There's a lot of paper, but you can do a lot of ticket in, ticket out. So you could use all the paper, and then guess what? It needs to be serviced. And maybe they'll get to it, maybe they won't. And maybe it's a winning machine. So, I told you before about having a winning machine, playing as long as possible. One of the things you have to do is not fill it with cash. Take all the paper. It will run out if you do any of that, if you want a grueling 12-hour session. So I reduce how much ticket I use. I reduce how much cash I put in. If it's a winning machine, it just means I'm just working with my bankroll. But see, in many states, there's an upper limit on how much the machine will hold, and it varies. In Ohio, it's $3,000. In California, it's $800. They just don't let it hold more. And so if you got to $3,000, so let's say you put in $2,500 and you won a $500 jackpot on a high limit machine. I've done it. It goes up to $3,000. Great. Now what if you win $10? Make a $10 bet and win 25. Well, what's the difference? 15. It'll spit out a ticket automatically with 15. So anytime you go over the 3,000, it'll put out the difference, so the balance remains 3,000, and you get a ticket in, ticket out for that difference. Now, of course, if in the United States, if it's over $1,200 on a single bet, then that'll trigger a hand pay, which is the tax form. But if you get over $800 is it Nevada? This was a call that I answered for You Can Bet on That, a great podcast, wonderful podcast for the recreational gambler. Not terribly about slots, but when they have occasional slots question, I'll call in, and the next time they'll show it. But one of the problems that can happen is, not problems, the state by state, they can choose, okay, if you win $800, there's going to be a hand pay. It's just not taxable. Not Immediately so. The $1,200 or more is a requirement that things be taxed right then. You get a tax form W-2G. That's what happens. But if you win $800 in, I think it's California, might have been Nevada. I'm trying to remember where the caller called in from. Then it causes a hand pay, and people are like, oh, look, a hand pay. Wow, there's going to have to pay taxes on that. Not necessarily. Sometimes they, if it's $1,200 or more, it is a taxable one. Anyway, I'm going on too much about that. You're welcome, Catherine. Steve, are bonuses predetermined by random number generators when you win? The technical answer is no, but you may not understand what I mean by that. When you push the button, everything is determined. There's no second stage, okay? There's no, well, when I see this, then it calculates that. No, everything is done when you push the button on a Class 3 slot machine because it's a game of chance. It is not a Class 2, which is where you have to actually make a choice. So everything's determined at the press of the button, even the bonuses. Any one of the bonuses, they're all determined if you have a skill-based game, like video poker. So there is no recalculation after you get your first round and you choose your cards and it proceeds from there. Every possibility was calculated once at the push of the button, and they just use that database. All right. My Lisa won a progressive jackpot, the Willy Wonka golden ticket. It took way longer to reset due to key under the machine, added more staff to reset the progressive. Yeah, but that's not waiting to be paid. I think Larry wasn't asking about, well, we had to wait 2 hours before we can continue to play on that machine. Yeah. Okay. That's very insightful. Wise version. I appreciate that, Richard. I appreciate that. I thought about buying slot machines, but everything I could possibly afford at the moment would be 5-10 years old, and then I'd have slot machines. It's okay. I can privately own them in Ohio, and there's a great place called Gambler's Paradise, maybe 10-15 miles away, something like that, where I probably shouldn't say stuff like that, where you can buy, and they'll ship to anywhere in the country as long as it is legal to privately own a slot machine. And if, as the owner told me, and if you got a friend in the next state over where it is legal, we'll ship it to him for you. I'm like, whoa, let's all stay honest here. Larry, 2 hours were because we were from UK. Really? All right. I suppose they were trying to figure out what the taxes would be. No, I'm starting to push my button a little bit. Why aren't they prepared? I'm so sorry, Larry. Wise Virgin, activated taste during first few bets. Yeah. Interesting to you address more into this, something called the attract mode. It's just terms. Attract mode sounds like a marketing term, honestly, and which is not a bad thing. Well, what's that? Well, give me money, I'll explain. I just try to explain things. Taste seems to be what people understand. Be interesting to know what other people call these things, but it is actually very hard to have the advantage players talk about anything. They're just so tight-lipped. I've tried, even earlier today, I explained to myself, I try to explain to people when I talk to them, ways of expressing myself. And one of them is, do you remember that magician who had the black mask, who gave away the magician's secrets? They'd show you the trick and saw the girl in half, and then they'd turn the stage around and it's all open, and they say, see, she's very flexible. She crawls through this hole and goes over there, and and he explains the trick. And all the other magicians get mad at him for explaining the trick because, nobody wants to watch a magician's trick if they know how it works. It's all magician stuff. And because that forces them to have to learn new tricks, and can be arduous. and inexpensive. So I'm explaining. So I'm a magician with a black mask, and I'm telling you how it works. Wise Virgin in North Carolina. Wise Virgin, get somebody else a chance. In North Carolina, the Harris slots will not hold more than $2,000. Okay, so $2,000 in North Carolina, $800, I think, in California, $3,000 in Ohio. You just work within those limits. But whatever it is, I just didn't want you to be confused by it. All right. More than 2,000 cashed out. Voucher will have to walk up to the cashier in person. Yeah, that's the other thing that's worth pointing out. Thank you, Wise Virgin, Richard. If you have a voucher that's over a certain amount, let's say you put up, you have $100 bills. You put $100 bills in to the slot machine. Maybe you put $3,000 in, and you do a maybe it allows that, and you, if you're in Ohio and you cash out and you got a voucher for $3,000, do you take it over to the little machine that will spit out that much money? No, you have to go to the cashier. Now, if you say so, Larry, I worry about certain things, which no need to talk about here. Jingwalk, should we be aware of the little light stack on top of the machine? It flashes red if service is requested, but does it blink while it's getting low on paper? Jingwalk, no, it does not. However, look again. Look at your candle again. It's called a candle, the light stack, because you said it yourself, light stack. There's more than one light, right? There's a red one and there's a white one. I recently found out what the white one means in Missouri. It means, for them, that casino, it means the machine was just opened by a slots mechanic, and the odds were adjusted. The casino slot attendant told me. I said, what's all those white lights? Well, a slot mechanic opened it up, adjusted the odds, closed the door. This is a place where they don't have a remote server because the floors are, the hull of a moored boat. And I also checked to see if it had been renovated since 2012. And talking to employees that have worked there for 8 years, no, it had not. These are all the investigative things I do when I review a casino. But the white light, not the reddish or yellowish light, is an indication at that casino that the door of the slot machine had been opened, and it goes out the first time somebody makes a bet on that machine. Now, how might you use this information? Was it the odds adjusted? Were they improved? Were they decreased? Why isn't anybody playing it? How often do they change these odds? And how long was the light been, is this a way to tell when a machine hasn't been played for a while? Because that's a technique. So I think about what that means. Take another look at your light stack and see if you can figure out, or ask a slot attendant, what do the different colors mean if there's more than one color? Because you might be able to find some use out of that. I just know the one in Missouri, and I just know the one light here in Ohio. So there's more going on out there, but ask. Get chatty with the slot attendants. It's to your benefit. Be nice. Wise Virgin was told by an insider accountant better to play a machine that was not played for 15 minutes or more. I see. Thank you for explaining that. I would say that you want to look to see if that applies to your casino, right? If you were told that 10 years ago, then it won't apply. If it was told recently, it applies. It could, you have to check everything, right? That's what I say. Check everything. I just don't see how that's going to work, though, honestly. If it's in attract mode, how's that even possible? Someone has to actually play it for it to show that it's a winner. Sitting idle, well, I guess it might be another way of expressing my 5-pull method. If the casino does a taste, then the casino does a taste. And so the new player, if you can convince it is a new player by using a player's card or using the ticket in, ticket out, then you can collect tastes. That's my 5-pull method. But there is another advantage play that doesn't necessarily go along with that, and it can be just just this other one. But when it's both a taste and this other one, that's what you're looking for, because that's bigger jackpots. And I have seen where the longer a machine is idle, the more likely it'll have a bigger jackpot fast. It was at a casino that didn't have tastes. It was at a casino where the slot machine being idle meant that you won. It's like the difference between my winning strategies that I was telling you about, or I don't know how far we'll get to that, about there being special events and there being holidays. Well, why didn't I just write one article about special events and holidays? Because there's enough of a difference that it matters. The details matter. Yeah, that is one that I just tell people, see if your casino does taste, and if you can find slot machines at that casino which haven't been played for a while, that's even better. And I just leave it at that. Okay. Right. So I wanted to cover at least a little bit of special events. A special event is anything your casino does. It can include holidays, but watch out for holidays, because some holidays are not, people don't show up. People aren't there on Christmas morning. So special events are special events where there are crowds. Just crowds. And it may also be something that isn't advertised very much, or at least not to you. It might be for the high limit. It might be for everybody who's a player, but maybe you're visiting a casino and you don't know if it's a special event. So special events are whatever the casino says it is, whatever they do to cause a crowd to appear. All right. So now we define special events. And what's so special about them? There's a difficulty for casinos. Nothing's perfect. Accounting takes time, and there's a lot going on at a casino, a lot of money flowing in, flowing out, flowing around. And so they can't perfectly handle the money flow on a busy night. They're close, but they're not perfect. And close means they could be off by $100,000. And the gaming regulator, and if they're off the wrong way, this is my whole point. If they're off the wrong way, if they have given back too much, then they're going to have to make $100,000 from anybody who comes in during the slow days that follow that busy Sunday event. And so on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, when they all together on those days, they might have half as much as actually came back on Sunday. They're going to have to take that money in order to meet their requirements with the gaming regulations. That's just a nightmare. The locals get upset. Those that come in during the week. The gaming regulations, regulators get upset because maybe the casino can do that. Maybe they can't do that. Reputation just all over the place. And there's a simple solution. Don't give back enough. Avoid giving back too much on a busy night. The casino avoids giving out jackpots as much as they need to. They just get close, but they don't go over. And then when they've had a couple of hours to process the receipts and people have started to leave because it's 2 o'clock in the morning and they start processing this stuff, right around 4 o'clock in the morning, they have to give back some cash. A couple of jackpots and they balance. Boom. And that's what you want to take advantage of. That's what special events, taking advantage of special events are. It's not the busy night. It's not the big promotion that they invited you to. It's right after the next morning and early. Okay. Believe it or not, a lot of people go into a casino before work and they're there at 5:30. You want to beat them. When you have to find out when they occur. Let's see what else. Implementing it. I just told you about that. This is a trend. Let's see. Right. The amount of time it takes for them to handle the processing of all the money and understanding electronically what's happening, because it is all electronic. It used to be paper. So this technique didn't work at an older casino because of a lot of paper. And that might take 10 days to 7 days, 5 days to process everything that happened at a big event. So they've gotten better at processing, but they're not yet real time. And I want to acknowledge that trend from paper to now only taking 4 hours or so, maybe a little bit less, that's going to shorten. It might take 10 years. It might take 5. Once they get other technologies involved, then you might find that they can process it very quickly and they don't have to give back on the next morning. So there are slow changes in some of these winning techniques. Take advantage now while they still exist. As I get more popular and casinos find out about these winning strategies, I wonder what they're going to do about it. There's the analogy of card counting in that movie 21, where people started wearing disguises and this and that and the other things which you could do back then, not so much now. And so there's going to be a little back and forth. This is not a stable, it's not a static, unchanging business practice. Even the last couple of years, it's been amazing on the slow changes, and we got to keep up. I tell people, another person I talked to today was, when I graduated from high school, I never saw a computer. I saw a terminal where you plug in a phone in the back and you had to use a fax line to communicate with a computer in a big room. But I never actually saw a computer. And look at me now, I'm streaming to YouTube and Facebook at the same time. And I've got this, that, people, website, podcast. We learn, we keep track. So I'm going to take a look at some of the questions. Let's see. Okay, so WISE version for Western North Carolina, which is basically North Carolina because that's where the casinos are. A non-special holiday. That would be interesting. If you want to share, everybody, what's a non-special holiday? What's a special event at your casino? Kind of a local thing. That would be. They got pretty serious about Chinese New Year in California, but people I was talking to there on one of the previous Q&A sessions, I didn't hear much about it here, but I wasn't actually there that day. I was here. Let's see. Non-special holiday, least busiest day for our isolated Western North Carolina casinos is Easter weekend. Dead and least employees. Sure. It's funny. You should say I was concerned when I first started winning a lot, and I have a very religious coworker, and I was like, well, do you think my church and church-going friends will be upset? And he said, gambling is a big part of religion. I was like, oh, that's right. Not to mention, there's a lot of praying going on in casinos. It's almost church-like in a way, given the amount of praying. Anyway, that was his comment, and it was just funny. Right. Jingwalk, an advantage play to play a machine that is malfunctioning. Oh, I wouldn't waste your time on that. There's two kinds of I should read the rest of this. Players club card not reading, screen display issues, sound bad, might discourage players, therefore not being played as much as other slots. If a machine has an error, you run the risk of winning something and they come back and saying the machine had an error, you don't get it. That sort of thing's in the news. Okay. It's bad for the casino not to honor it, but they still will, particularly if you win the top jackpot of the $1 million megabucks and they come back and they say, well, it was malfunctioning. So you might win a small jackpot, but you have a risk of losing it because they won't honor it because it was malfunctioning. They check the chip on these things, and like the 62,000, 67,000 earlier, you check the machine to make sure it wasn't a fault. And then the casino has a tough problem, which is what exactly do they do to try to honor it, maintain their reputation. And some people, some casinos have stood by their guns and got ripped by the media. And others have said, well, it wasn't that part of the machine just because it had a paper out condition or you're running a risk, and anything you win has to be small. Otherwise, as the amount goes up, the risk goes up too, to the point where, you're kind of wasting your time and maybe your money because you're not going to get your money back. All right. Larry, on your point, I often watch soccer in the casino in Vegas because of the time difference. It's 4:30 a.m. in Vegas time, and often I have an article for you, which is my it's hard to bring these things up really quickly. If you go to my website and you do the search button and look and put in Las Vegas, I've gotten some very good tips and did some analysis. And my goodness, it is so, and I also explain why. During the week, which sounds like what you're talking about, it is so much better odds, particularly downtown. And one of the tips that I got from the Facebook group, one of the Facebook groups that I have, they just tried some of my tips and they had a great time. And is that it's just terrible on the weekends because they're trying to get the people coming from California, but during the week they're helping the locals, or at least, not turning the locals away. And together they have tight weekends and loose weeks, but the weekend starts like Friday morning. And so if, go during the week. Also, they said the locals know which machines have the better odds. The locals go downtown and the locals smoke. So go downtown during the week, in the morning, so you start figuring all this stuff out. And the slot machines, he said, that have full ashtrays. Isn't that something? I thought that was something. Right. So next week, I will see if we can talk more about some of the strategies. I'll pick a topic and we'll proceed from there. I hope everybody enjoys the game tomorrow if you're a game watcher. And I probably won't go to the casino on I had planned on going this Sunday, but I don't think I'll go for Super Bowl Sunday. Just stand around. There's no betting. I'm confident of that. But I'm not really available on Monday morning because I have physical therapy. So, yeah. In any case, I want to wish all of you a great weekend, and I will talk to you later. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Thanks. Bye.